Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a content stream. The plan for today is to cover a variety of topics that will eventually make it over to YouTube. That's the plan. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. On the list for today is potentially talking about ES2023, or like the latest features in JavaScript. In Drills, thank you for the tier 3. It's been a while, Drills. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. Lakshman says, record content related to any library package and build a simple app. Use it, edit it, upload it to YouTube. Yeah, I guess basically what you're saying is you want to see me use some library or package in an app. Possibly. Thank you for the bits, though. When did I start using Notion? Today. So I'm just using it for like list of potential content things that I want to do. I'm trying it out. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, Lakshman. It potentially, like, first we have to make a few decisions, though. We have to figure out what library or package it would be, and then we would make the app, I guess, based off of that. But it would take a little more ideating to figure that out. Drill says, I've been struggling with work. Being a manager of a somewhat big dev team can be time consuming. Yeah, I bet. I do appreciate you showing up, though. I appreciate it. All right. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, so like I said, first up will be ES2023, or a new array methods, and I'll give you a sneak peek of that. And Milos, thank you for the resub. I'm doing all right. Welcome in. These features are going to be added to ES2023. Honestly, it's actually, I guess it's 4 different features that get added. First of all, there's array find from last. So, you know, there's a array.find and array.find index. These methods search from the end of the array. They do the same thing, but they start at the end instead of starting at the beginning. So we're going to talk about those. And thank you, SC May, appreciate you. And then also these, I just found out about this morning by clicking on this page, and they're really cool. I want to demo them in a React app. So these are methods built into an array that copy the array before modifying it. So there's toReverse. So if you're familiar with arrays in the reverse method on arrays in JavaScript, it actually modifies the array in place. But toReverse creates a copy first, and sorted similarly modifies it in place. But toSorted creates a copy, then sorts it. And Drunk Time Lord, thank you for the gift. Appreciate you. toSpliced copies it, then puts a new value, or deletes a value, or puts new values into it. And then with is pretty cool. I want to show this one like in a React app. So it returns a new array. So for instance, if you have an array like this and you use .with, that's going to return a new array that replaces the first indice with the value that you pass in second. So this will be very useful, like in React, if you want to do like an immutable state update. We'll show an example of that. But now you don't have to use like the spread and then like other various things. You can just do with, and that creates a copy, replaces a specific index. So these are pretty cool. These are coming in ES2023. And Iros, you're very kind. Thank you very much for the gifts. I appreciate that. So we're going to talk about those 2 things. Surprisingly, not a lot of people have talked about them on YouTube, so I hope to be one of the first. I also want to shine a little bit of light on how creators and blog post writers even come up with these topics, because you often see a blog post like, what's new in ES2023, or a Twitter post, what's new in ES2023, or a YouTube video, what's new in ES2023. And literally all that person did was they went to this page, they looked at this table, and anything that has the specific year on it is when it was released. And Pablo, yeah, congrats, Pablo. I heard about that. Yeah, that's awesome. And BJ Sebastian, thank you for the tier 1. What? Yeah, honestly, these are like very useful new things added to ES2023. These are all like, yes, I will use those. They're not like, yeah. I mean, we'll see, Drunk Time Lord. It's okay if they do, because honestly, that's just more boosting for my video because it's a similar topic or idea or whatever. But yeah, congrats, Pablo. That's awesome. I didn't get to watch your talk, or I mean, I was busy this whole weekend, so I haven't done anything on my computer basically the whole weekend. But I'll have to go watch your talk. That's awesome. Congrats. But yeah, that's the plan for today. Let's welcome everybody in, say hello, and then we'll figure out how we want to talk about these things and also come up with some code examples to show in the video. Oh, and we're on a hype train. Thank you all. That's why you're gifting subs. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's say hello to everybody. If you want me to say hello to you or acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, what's up? And 0x Neo, thank you for the resub. You can say morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hiyo, vohayo, bogahay, say any one of these things. I will notice you. I'll say hello, and we'll go from there. And Mark was the first to say hello 29 minutes ago. What's up, Mark? And hello, Zelino and Lakshman, and hello, Vive and Drunk Time Lord. And yeah, I saw your message. Congrats. Drunk Time Lord got accepted to speak at a conference. That's awesome. And Salahuddin, what's up? Welcome in. And hello, Mike the Tree Climber, and Pablo, and Poblip, and Drills, and Irosum, and Griffin, and Milos, and Mesley, and SC May, and what's up 0x Neo, and Samwise Gardner, who is a bot. I don't know why I said hello to them. What's up Mad Boy, and Dr. Phantom, and Coder Girl. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. Cool. And if anybody asks in the chat, what are you doing? Just tell them content. We have an emote for it. We have the coding content emote, which is surprising because we haven't made coding content in a long time. But now's the time. Now's the time to make some coding content. So like I said, yeah, we're gonna do these. This is the first one, or new array methods. And hello, Limotes. Welcome in. Creating memes? No. All right, so let's let me just set up like a quick little code base to demo these things. And I think I'm just gonna use Vite because I actually want to demo like the change array by copy, like in a React app. So let's use Vite. And then also using Vite will give us a simple little TypeScript setup so we can actually demo these things. Actually, that's the first thing I need to check. Are these supported in TypeScript? They should be, because they've been proposals for a long time. If we choose ES next in our TypeScript settings, we should get access to these array methods. That's actually the first thing we want to do. But we want a quick app where we can test it out, so we're going to use Vite. Yeah, and what's up, Stas? We are about to test out some new array methods. Choose React with TypeScript. Install dependencies. Creating configs? No. Though, I mean, since you said it, we will just set up a quick prettier. So that I don't have to worry about formatting. Is there a init command for prettier? Does anyone know? Is there a command that generates a prettier config? There's got to be, right? Well, that's new. Yeah, that actually happened. It started happening like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I just tried prettier in it. That didn't work. But yeah, Drills, that just happened 2 weeks ago. TypeScript is now listed before JavaScript in the thing. They all that's the other thing is they actually also added ESLint to the template now. It didn't used to have ESLint, but now they have a basic ESLint setup, which is broken by default. Why is that? Modules not defined. It does say CJS or CommonJS. I think technically, do we need to point? Do we need to include it here? Not that. What's up, Sammy Code? Welcome in. I really did not want to spend time on configuration, but we're gonna get a little prettier a prettier thing going. No, they just tell you to put an object into the prettier JSON. They don't have a command to generate it. Fascinating. Well, I'll generate it myself. I want a 2-space tab and I want semicolons. When the built-in scaffolding, yeah, I mean, I think it technically works. Do they give us a lint task now too? They do. Let's see if this works. Yeah, seems to work. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I actually don't want to spend any time on this. It's currently broken. All right. I need to add env browser and env node. Okay, that makes sense. That's actually what would fix the module not found. This is here though. Browser true, ES2022 true. Oh, node true as well. Node true, I think, is what will give us the module thing. npm ruin dev. Did I accidentally run that? All right. Is it not broken anymore? I think it's happy now. I think it's happy. Cool. Here's the thing though. Semicolons are not required. I guess that's why I was just going to use prettier because ESLint requires a lot more settings to get going. We're just going to use prettier. We're actually just going to ignore. We're honestly going to ignore the ESLint config. Because check it out. If I run the formatter, that's what I want to see. Easy, easy. Okay, let's get into it. So if we want to show some examples with array find from last, yeah, honestly, we just want some basic code samples here to show. So let's create like a little utils folder. And we'll just do it all in line. What's up, Physitronic? Welcome in. So we have an array of numbers. We need not in order. Cool. And currently, if you do array.find, this is going to search from left to right. So and James Dev, thank you for the resub. So by default, we can actually just log this out to see that it is searching from left to right. Checking value like that. And we can log the result. And then if we try to do, oh, this is the thing we wanted to check. Can we use find last? Find last. Will TypeScript yell at us if we say find last? It doesn't. And so the reason that that is probably working is if we look in our TS config, our target is ES next. If we set our target to ES2022, it'll probably complain. It'll say, hey, find last isn't a thing. Let's see. It's also possible that they're gonna transpile it yeah, they're gonna add the polyfill anyways. So technically, it even exists in ES2022. What if we do ES2020? Fascinating. Let's look at how Babel transpiles this. We're targeting IE11. And we're adding stage 3. Actually, I don't know how I could actually demonstrate the fact that find last isn't there, but actually we can actually look at can I use as well to see if where find last is supported. Look at that. It's been in. Okay, so this makes sense why it just works everywhere. It's been in browsers since roughly like August or January of 2022. So that's cool. And then find last index, very similar. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter as much for this one, what our target is, just because it's been supported for so long. I mean, let's go back even further. ES2016, it's got to complain at this point, right? Yeah, and then node, there's the Kangax compatibility table. And we can look at next, or 2016 plus. Here we go, 2023 features. Where is node on this list? So node 14 starts in this column, and then it goes to node 19. So array find from last got added in node 18. So we can use it in node since node version 18. But what about these other ones that we're looking at, which is array change array by copy? So like width. Or like to sorted. For some reason, it's not in this feature, or it's not in this table. It's not in this one either. Huh. Yeah, I'm curious why they don't, it's not listed in this table. Let's see if can I use has it. Oh, Firefox doesn't support to sorted yet. Dang. But it's been in Chrome since version 110, February of this year. So these are like super new. All right. This is fine. Cool. Actually, this would be good to show. Like if 100 is if we know it's like near the end of the list and we use find, we literally have to iterate every single one until we find it. Whereas if we use find last, it's going to stop after the very first one. Yeah. My number one tip is to subscribe to Coding Garden on YouTube. Here's the thing. I have to start shilling my YouTube channel because if things don't pick up, I'm not gonna be able to do Coding Garden anymore. But yeah, I have a YouTube channel. If you subscribe over here, I got a lot of cool stuff. There's also a playlist specifically that talks about learning to code. The first video talks about in general some things you might consider when learning to code, and then the second video talks about web dev resources. Welcome in, Jedi Sleep. Glad to see you. All right. This will be a great demo because when we search for 100, it's gonna find it on the first one with find last. And so this is like a perfect demonstration of find last. And then the last index of is like a very similar thing. Right? Find last index. Works the same way, but it just returns the index instead of Let's rename this to find result. What do I mean I can't do coding garden anymore? So I'm not really making money. So I have about 260 YouTube subs, which I make about $2.50 each. So with Twitch income, that's about $650 a month. My YouTube videos don't get very many views. So my cost per mile is very low. And so if you look into how people make money on YouTube, it's typically ads displayed per 1,000 views. And you can see my most recent videos have between like 1,000 and 2,000 views. And WBW, thank you very much for the Prime. So there's that. And then like there was a while where a lot of my videos like didn't get very many views at all. So if you consider like this video that I published 2 days ago, it's got 2.2 thousand views, and a really good cost per mile is like $8 per 1,000 views. So if I was like one of the best channels on YouTube, yeah, this video would have made $18. But I'm not. I make like $2 per 1,000 views. So in terms of ad income, each of these videos is like under $4 of income. So my YouTube videos don't make much money because they don't get a lot of views. And then yeah, so I have React Roots, but surprisingly, React Roots isn't selling very much. So the initial sell, 20 people signed up, and those tickets were like roughly $100 a piece. So it's fine. Like don't get me wrong, it's a decent amount of money, but it's nowhere near what I could be making if I was an actual dev. And then recently I launched it for sale for $35. But I've only sold 45 of them, which again is like a decent chunk of change, right? So I make about 30 after fees. I make about $30 each, so that's about $1,300, which is nothing to yell at. So 48 doesn't include the ones that I gave away for free. Yeah, so the number there includes, so there's a few that I gave away to free to mods and VIPs. So, but yeah, so again, $1,300 is nothing to scoff at, but I can't make a living like that. And also, and I guess the other thing to think about, right, is like if this is about how much money I can stand to make from a course like this, I can't spend my time doing this, right? Because the amount of preparation that was required to like launch the course and then do it live and then package it up to sell it for $35 was quite a bit. And if it's only going to make this much money, then like it's not really even worth my time to try and do another course for it. So that's pretty much it. In the effort of full transparency, like I'm the thing is like we could talk for hours about it, because like technically I haven't really been doing everything that I possibly can on YouTube, and there's a lot of just like yeah, I think anybody that looks at my YouTube channel is gonna think that I have no idea what I'm doing, right? They're gonna think like, oh, this person doesn't know how to be a YouTuber. The issue is I don't want to be a YouTuber. I don't want to have clickbait. I like my shortest form content is probably like 20 minutes long. Like most of my stuff is a lot longer than that. So it's very hard to compete on YouTube when most videos are like under 10 minutes and most videos are like a clickbait or put a lot of effort into like the YouTube thumbnail and stuff like that. So yeah, I know that I'm not doing YouTube the way that I could be, but I'm going to try a little bit more. So like my last video is kind of like my first attempt at like my thumbnail doesn't exactly match the title directly, but it gets people to click on it. Like this is one of the best performing videos I've done in a long time because I made the YouTube thumbnail a little bit different. But yeah, I'm not going to talk about this anymore because all I can do is try. And so the plan is every Monday I'm going to go live where I am right now. I'm going to record various things that can be edited to YouTube videos. Like this video that I'm about to do right now is going to be ES2023 and talking about array methods. This should be nice and short, probably no more than 10 minutes, but people like these kinds of videos. So that's the plan for this one. And then we have a few other topics that we're going to cover as well. So, yeah, that's the plan. Every Monday, I'm going to go live, record a bunch of stuff, and then those will get edited to YouTube videos. We'll see. We'll see if the views pick up. the thing is, like, typically YouTube views and subscriptions turn into like Twitch viewers, but my Twitch viewership is also way down as well. So all of that to say, we're making content and we're trying our best. But if we can't make more money, then I have to do Coding Garden like maybe twice a month. Yeah. No, so the plan for those days is for me to edit those videos because it takes a long time to edit videos and I don't have the money to pay for an editor, so I have to edit them myself. So basically, Tuesday through Thursday is me editing the videos to be uploaded. Yeah, we're gonna make it work. Hopefully, hopefully. Yeah, and so that's the other thing that like takes a lot of time as well. So I'll do the videos as you see them now, but then I also need to try and record a 60-second version to post on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. Basically, I gotta push my content and advertise it the way that everyone advertises their content. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Let's make content. Everyone ready? Everyone ready to make content? Yeah. So honestly, like these days, I could probably make close to $200,000 a year. But right now, like with my current Coding Garden income, it's probably like $30,000 or $40,000 a year. So I could be making 6 times the income if I just went and became a developer. So that's that. All right. So we've got find last. Honestly, I think we'll copy these exact examples here to show. Yeah. Oh, thank you, iRossum. Yeah, and that's the other thing you may have noticed on my Twitter. I actually started following people, which I have never done before, but it kind of like worked out, right? Because a lot of people that I followed actually like retweeted some of my stuff, and like that's how some of my tweets have gotten more traction, which links to YouTube, which gets more traction there as well. So yeah, I'm also going to be doing the Twitter game as well. That's the plan. And if you have ideas for tweets or content that I should make, definitely throw it in the chat or use !idea or submit to get all of that over here. So yeah, and I'll look at this in a bit, Nathan, but I'm going to focus on this for right now. All right. Now we want to do find index result. And then this will be find last index. Thanks for that hydrate, Coder Girl. Appreciate you. Yeah, and I think like that's the other thing, Dr. Thu. And like I honestly don't even like talking about it because it's like there's so much background, right? So for me to like not post on Twitter and also not do the YouTube thing, I guess like the proper YouTube way or the way that everyone else is doing YouTube, you may see that and you may just think that I don't know what I'm doing. But there's more to it, and it takes a lot of time to explain. But yeah, there's drama, there's controversy, but I would hope that there's a way to interact and engage on Twitter without all of that. But yeah. What? Oh, I think did one of the moderators accidentally time out Elias? I don't think they meant to do that. Yeah. Sorry, Elias. Sorry about that. It's just a misclick. None of the new alt Twitters are. Yeah, in terms of like alternative Twitter platforms, for sure. Okay. Yeah. So honestly, if we run this code, and let me just install TSX, which honestly is hilarious because I'm in a React app, but TSX is TypeScript execute. So the TSX has nothing to do with the actual TSX here. This. Boom. Okay. So if we use find, we can see that it starts searching at the beginning. And then finally, when it gets to the end, and in this case, we're searching for the number 100. And then finally, when it gets to the end, we find 100. But if we use find last, because it started at the end, it only had to check once and it was done immediately. And similar for find index. So we want to find the index of the value that has 100. If we use find, it goes from the beginning to the end. But if we use find last, It only has to check the last one because it finds it instantly. So the use case for find last or find last index is really if you know that the array that you're searching is in a particular order, and you know that using find last would potentially be faster than using find, or like searching from the end would be faster than searching from the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, so finding a niche is, I think, another thing as well, which is harder to do, I think, for me, because my audience spans uh, has such a wide. I mean, I guess it should be easier, but it makes it so that like certain people will only watch certain content, because I have a lot of beginner content. I also have a lot of like intermediate content and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Great. We have an example of find last. We'll also pull all of this up whenever we um, are talking about it. And then change array by copy is the really cool one. Really cool one. No expert content. What did I say? I don't even know what I just said. I don't know. Expert or legendary. Experienced content. People that have more experience than just beginners. I think we'll show. These also exist on type array, which is interesting, but we will show just the higher level methods. But then I want to show them in context with React, because like the width function seems to be way useful in an app where you're trying to do immutable updates. As the Vue guy, yeah, I used to do a lot of Vue. I mean, I guess these days it's more so Svelte. But yeah. Okay. So first of all, to reversed. So let's say we have an array of numbers. If you call reverse, this modifies the array. Oh, you know what? I could probably use Quokka on this too. That might be the way to show this. Is it happening? What's happening? There we go. What? Why is it not running? What's up, 0x4? Welcome in. It's having a really hard time. I don't know if I'm doing anything weird here. Let me just stop it. We won't use Quokka if I can't get it working. But if you didn't know it, the built-in reverse method modifies the array. So if we were to run this, and you'll notice we're not reassigning values, we're just calling reverse, that actually modifies the array. It is TypeScript. I thought, oh, maybe it can't run TypeScript files. Maybe you're totally right. I mean, it's logging it, but it's not showing it in the Quokka is just broken. I'm not even gonna try it. Cool. Okay, yeah. So this copies it, but new in ES2023 is to reversed. So if I do, well, that's only supported in the pro mode. I thought I don't have pro mode. All right. This is the point where TypeScript doesn't know about it. How can I let TypeScript know about it? We might have to enable some like Babel plugins or something like that, because toReversed is so new that that it doesn't exist. So it's doing lib es5.d.ts. Like we kind of need more recent types here. We might have to set up Babel here if this isn't supported. So yeah, toReversed creates a copy. So we looked at the target earlier. Right now it is ES next. It's possible. We might have to modify it further. So here, oh no, you're right. We did do T20. Well, let's see. Let's see if we do ES next. Does it know about it? No, we might have to reload. Let's see what TypeScript the TypeScript compiler does. Yeah, so toReverse is not a function. Let's see. So TypeScript array toReversed. How do we get it? Everybody's showing how to implement it. Today, so this is an old article because they're not stage 3 anymore. They advanced. They're in the spec. We can use them directly in Chrome. We would need to find the polyfill. I would imagine that Babel has a polyfill. I've never used Babel in conjunction with TypeScript though. We might need that. Presets. It's funny that MDN lists things, but it's actually not supported in Firefox yet. So the polyfill is in the repo itself? Oh, and the types are there too. Do I just need the repo for TypeScript to know about this? Yes, shims? I don't want to have to add all of them manually. Babel plugin array copy toReversed. The demo works in Chrome, Edge, Opera, and Safari. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like, what would I search for to find the Babel plugin for this? So they require it directly from this shim. I guess it would just be like stage 3 or stage 4. It should be listed on the Babel preset. So this, what? Packages? Presets? Oh, Babel plugin ES shims. Thank you, Godzilla. Polyfill provider is compatible with polyfills that follow the specification. These polyfills must live under the ES shims organization. Yeah, here we go. 2 reversed, 2 sorted, 2 spliced. All right. Now how do I use Babel in conjunction with TypeScript? So TypeScript Babel plugin, maybe? Like how do I give it a Babel plugin? TypeScript compiler Babel plugin? Or do I have to switch from the TypeScript compiler to using Babel instead? Using the compiler API. TypeScript Babel plugin type definition. I think so there's multiple problems to solve. First of all, I need it to work inside of my editor. And for that, I need type definitions. Those probably come with ES shim. Like this 2 reversed. Maybe it doesn't. So you have the shim itself. Let's see if it's on definitely typed. It doesn't list it as being on definitely typed. Use this with TypeScript. I guess I could define the type myself. Like if I created a types.d.ts, throw this in here, and then we want to add 2 reversed here. Takes nothing, returns an array of type T. And then I need my TS config to see these types. Yeah, I guess the proposal has the types too. I guess I'm just confused as to how I would bring those types in if I'm using the shim plugin. Oh, maybe. I guess I didn't check the Babel plugin. Um, so to reversed is in here. But then I guess it just checks to see if it's been installed in the same project. Yeah. And honestly, I guess I would really only have to do this potentially for like a Node.js environment because it works in Chrome, but I also want TypeScript to stop complaining about it. Also, we don't even have to show it working in TypeScript. I could just turn TypeScript off and then show the code here. But I would still need to run it through Babel if I want to run it in my terminal. Like, what version of Node? I'm on Node version 18. What's the latest? 20. Let's see if 20 would complain. All right, we're now on version 20. Version 20 has it. That's good. It's good to know. So honestly, I kind of just need to get rid of the I need to tell TypeScript that this thing actually exists. So let's try that. And any TypeScript experts can help me out with that because basically I tried to define a type that overrides an array. And I'm trying to tell it that toReversed exists on there. But those types aren't being picked up. What am I doing wrong? I think I've tried this in the past. If override global type. And welcome in, Peachy. Type resolution strategy. Oh, instead of overriding global, I think I need to declare the window as well because if I want it to, because right now technically the code is running in the browser. Thanks, St. Lucy. Is someone actually trying to PR the types right now? Yeah. Let's see. Add change array by copy types. I like this. Honestly, I can just copy these. And for now, we can override. We'll figure out the right way to override, but for now, because that hasn't been merged in, we'll basically this. What's up, American? Welcome in. So we have the cool overrides with the definitions, but I need to figure out the correct way to override. Yeah, I congratulated Pablo. For sure I did. How did they do this? So they just do interface array. Oh, maybe that's it, Ayub? Because this isn't... I didn't do the export here. That was it. Thank you, Ayub. And then when we hover it, we get the word. So this is actually fascinating if you didn't know how types worked in TypeScript. Banana. Now look at this. Banana. so behind the scenes, there's literally a comment that actually shows you your the implementations of these things. So that's cool. Great work, Ayub. Thank you for that. Okay, so we didn't need the Babel plugin. Um, and apparently if we're using Node version 20 in our command line, then it seems to work just fine. But it will be good to note that there is that PR that's open. I mean, by the time I publish the video, it might even be closed. This PR, which adds these to the global definitions. It'll be released in version 5.2. Okay. Okay. Does anyone know a better resource for showing compatibility of these features? Because right now, I have can I use, but can I use doesn't show Node, does it? Yeah, can I use only shows browsers. Then there's the Kangax compatibility table. I guess which I closed, but that one, for whatever reason, doesn't show the array copy method. It shows array find from last, and we can actually see on here wherever Node is. Here we can see it's supported in Node version 18, but we don't have with sorted or two sorted or two reversed, two spliced, or with. Y'all have to check it out, American. I mentioned it earlier. I was really busy this weekend, so I didn't have time to watch any of the Svelte Summit stuff, but I'm gonna have to catch up this week. So yeah, does anybody know of a good resource that shows ES Next compatibility? They show Node as well? I had no idea. Cool. Thank you for that. We'll just show that instead, because this table is like really hard to navigate. So I think for find and find last, we will show the MDN thing for it. It'd be cool if Can I Use also showed Node and Dino. Find last index is the other one. Cool. And then we'll show this one. Did we already do two sorted? I guess we didn't yet. We're only showing reversed right now. Cool, but if we use the two reversed, you'll see that it does not modify the original. It actually creates a copy. Cool. All right, two reversed, basically the exact same example. Wait, no, sorry, two sorted, I mean. But we'll use our array that we had earlier that we were searching across, this one. Yep, they're brand new. That's why I'm talking about them. And they're really cool, like the two reversed and the two sorted. Because like I guess the other thing that I can show is how like these days, if we wanted to sort without modifying the array, we have to copy it first, right? So typically, we would first say values dot slice, something like that. That creates a copy if you don't pass any arguments, and then sort it. And then this could be the sorted version here. There's a few other ways to do it as well. So instead of slice, you could also use the spread syntax. So you could say, put this into a new array and then sort it. But now, if we just say to sorted, it creates the copy under the hood, so we don't have to do it manually. So we can say, and then yeah, we don't, well, technically, I guess it will be values 4. It creates a new brand new memory. So basically, it under the hood, this to sorted does the same thing. And honestly, I should just store this in a sort function. Um, like this. Cool. Nice. Okay. That's for sorting. This is for reversing. And honestly, I guess I don't really need to show this up here. I could talk about it beforehand if we want to ways to copy an array. These are new JavaScript. Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Basically, these are coming in ES2023. Cool. So we can slice it. We can spread it into an array. We can also do array.from. And that'll create a copy. Does anyone know another way to copy an array in JavaScript? I mean, technically, could you do object assign? Slice it, spread it, put it on a sandwich. This actually would be fascinating if you could do object.assign. So assign into this array. Stringify it and then parse it. Yeah, that'd be another way. Thank you, Master Gordon. Will this work? Copy. Yeah, that works. Object assign. Object assign technically will look at all of the keys and then put it into this thing, which is an object, but technically is an array. Fascinating. Let's make sure it still is an array. That's a good point. I am Ratzer. Like technically, yeah, you're right. These are all shallow copies. Which honestly makes me not even want to talk about them at all, because then we have to talk about like structured clone, like exactly like Master Gordon is saying, and I don't want to talk about that because we have other things to talk about. Yeah, so I've actually never copied an array this way. Honestly, this could be a nice little tweet. I'm gonna tweet this. All the ways to make a copy. We can do JSON.stringify values, and then we JSON.parse that. We'll say this one is also a deep copy. Yeah, technically all of those. So filter, if you no, okay, so this is fascinating. This is because now what if you did if we create a copy but we say values dot filter and then we just return true for everything. So this is going to create a copy because it didn't filter anything out. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much I see this actually for people trying to do deep clones. And then also if you did a map, you could just return the value itself. This will technically create an exact copy of the array. And then would reduce technically, you could do it with a reduce. I don't know why you would though. Well, yeah, that works American 2050, but you don't even need to pass it into new array. You can just spread it here and then assign it to a variable. So that's the same one as this one. My preferred way to make a deep copy, when do you need a deep copy? I don't make deep copies. I guess my preferred way is to not have to worry about it at all. And so like typically when you come across this is in like immutable programming with like Redux or like React or something like that. And so you typically use something like immer. And so then I don't need to make a deep copy because immer provides functions for creating updates, and under the hood, it creates a copy, but also uses structured. What's it called? There's a specific concept it uses under the hood where it actually like doesn't use a bunch of memory when it does the copies. Does sending the array to the printer and then having image recognition rebuild the array count? It does, but that's a little bit extra. We're gonna need some more libraries to get that done. Yeah, so really that's what I was thinking is if we use reduce, it's almost the same as if we were using like a for each or something. Because if we wanted to do a reduce, we would get the copied array. And World of Paul, thank you very much for that resub. And then technically we need to return the copy, but we can push into that copy before returning. And then our accumulator starts off as an array. Yeah, but I would need to tell it that this is actually a number array. What? There we go. If we're in TypeScript. Is deep copy an instrument? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, never do a deep copy unless it's really, really necessary. Ways to shallow copy an array in JS. Concat should do that. Well, concat returns a new array. So what we could do is instead of pushing it, we could do return copy.concat. Yeah, you're right. Copy concat value. I mean, honestly, that's like one more way. We'll show all the ways. Yeah, this should work. Copy.concat. And then we can just return that. And then it becomes a one-liner. Like that. One more way. Let's make sure that this works. We have the values 9 copy like this. Yeah, I feel like all the reduces. Okay, so that this first one, this seems to work. The concat works here. All the reduces are the same, whether it's going from left or right though. Though if you used reduce right, then you'd have to do shift instead of push because you'd want to put it at the beginning because you're going right. You're going from the end. And then you could actually all right. Are push and concat the same? No. So push accepts a value to put into the array. Could be any kind of value because technically this is JavaScript. Though I'm using TypeScript here, so technically you can only push numbers in there. Concat accepts an array and smacks those two arrays together. But concat also accepts a single value, and if the single value is not an array, then it puts it on the end of the array, which is what is happening here. But technically, you could also call concat with, and then this returns a new array with the original array and that smacked together. Cool. All right, let's do the reduce right because it's fascinating. Reduce right. But we can't, so check it out. If we just, yeah, I mean, honestly, that's why this is my order of preference, I would say. I would never use object assign for this. And honestly, I would never use filter or map if all I needed was a copy. If I'm doing more than just copying it, then it would make sense to use map or reduce or whatever else. But if all I want is a copy, just use spread. For sure, just use spread. But I'm going to post this on Twitter, and it's going to get at least 2 likes. So that's the plan. All right, so with reduce right, let's actually log the result if we did push. This actually is a way to reverse the array. That's actually fascinating. We have the reduce right result. The original is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but let's look at the reduce right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We don't want to reverse the array though, so we actually do shift, which inserts a value at the beginning of the array, right? Unshift. Inserts a value at the beginning of the array. Yeah. We want an unshift. And Woodsiger, thank you for the prime. Really want to say thank you for your help. A while ago, you helped with the Q&A. It was one with the great boss who didn't want any state management library. No cookies, and only local storage. Nice. Thank you for the resub. And yeah, you're welcome for doing that. Inside the reduce. Okay, so that's actually one more then, and that's I mean that's technically different than that would return a new one on every. Yeah, that's creating a brand new copy on every iteration. I actually don't like that at all because every iteration of the reduce is a new copy, a new copy, a new copy, and so technically this is probably like this is very not performant. Yeah, I don't like this one. I'm not gonna show that. I think that's the other issue here is like concat is technically returning a new array. No, these are not deep copy because if we had a nested array in here, this copy would actually just copy over this. It wouldn't like recursively call itself to copy the thing inside of the array. So these are all shallow copied. Because if we wanted to copy that inner array as well, then we would need a deep copy, like structured clone or JSON parse and stringify. So yeah, these are all shallow copies. Honestly, I don't like the concat because the concat creates a brand new array on each iteration too. I'm gonna get rid of it. Yeah. Something like that. So if you have objects on the array, a shallow copy would cause issues too. Well, it would not create copies of the objects. Yeah, it would basically reference the same objects in the new. It would be a new array, but all of the references would be the same. All right. What did we say? Yeah, we could also just use a for loop. No, the spread will also do a shallow copy. So this spread here, if there was any nested object like this or like this, it would just copy their reference. It would not go deeper into to copy them deeply. But yeah, I'm not even gonna show the deep copy. I'm just gonna show these. Concat by itself. No, but like I said, concat creates a new array. These are so ways to shallow copy an array in JS with only creates one new array. Concat and spread combined with push creates new would create multiple new arrays. I don't even know if I want to clarify this, but yeah. You could do a while loop for sure. All day. You also could, instead of using a for loop, you could use a for each loop with a push inside of it. Like this. At that point, you probably should just use a map, though. Yeah. Concat to an empty array. But each new concat you need to reassign, and each new concat would need to create a copy of the previous array. Yeah, that's my plan, Griffin. Also, there's a plugin for VS Code that takes cool screenshots of code. I might try that too. What did we want to do here? Yeah, a while loop. An empty concat would do it? Are you sure about that? I guess you're right. Okay, I see what you're saying. A top level concat. Okay, okay. Okay. I see what you're saying, because any sort of nested concat would create multiple new arrays, and I don't want to do that. Yeah. Okay, good call. For each push, oh, you know, you're totally right, Godzilla. We could actually simplify this. The thing is, I want engagement on the tweet. So like, if I leave off some ways, that's people are going to comment like, "Oh, well, you forgot to do this." Well, great. Please tell me, which increases my engagement. Values.copy within. I've never heard of that method. Shallow copies part of an array to another location in the same array and returns it without modifying its length. Oh boy. Copy within with no arguments? Fascinating. Oh, it's not a copy though. This this modifies the existing. So the fact that values 3 is equal to values means they're the same array. It doesn't create a new copy. Copy to index 1 all elements from index 3 to the end. Copy index 0 to the element at index 3. So it put D at 0. And this put D at 1. But it's modifying the array. So yeah, that doesn't create a copy. We didn't show a while loop. The thing is with we basically have to create our own iterator while I is less than values.length, and we need to do I++ inside. I guess we can leave off the TypeScript here. Now do it with a generator? You have to call the generator inside of like a for like an async for of or something like that. The manual copy? Well, that's what we're doing in oh, I see. Don't even use a loop. Just literally copy it. Object.values, would that work? No, that would totally work. Because that returns an array with the values. So if you say values for is object.values of values, values for is an array, 1, 2, 3, but values for does not equal values. Good call, Stas. Object.values. But now I have to renumber all of my variables. Well, I'm missing. Oh, we're missing 5? Easy. I got one. We just figured one. Nice. Yeah, I knew it was coming. That's why I did it. Okay, I think this is probably good enough. Let's see what Carbon can do for us in terms of making it short. That's not it. Carbon.Vercel.app. Well, ways to shallow copy an array in JavaScript. That looks like fun. Should I give it some breathing room? Yeah, let me try that extension because I've seen people use it before, but I haven't personally not used it myself. Welcome in KC420. Glad to see you. Polaroid for your code. 1 million installs. Make everything values copy. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, it doesn't have to be valid JavaScript. I don't know. I kind of want people to be able to like. Well, like I guess they can't copy paste the code because it's in a picture. All right, let's see what Pola code does for us. Okay, run the command. Copy some code, paste into the Pola code view. You know what? This uses my syntax highlighting colors, doesn't it? Yeah, I kind of like this better. Yeah. Um, it's beautiful. I mean, sort of. we want to make it like exactly the width of the code. Create beautiful images of your code. I like the fact that this is using my syntax highlighting. All right, now what do I do? Snap the image. Nice. Give me a second. Ninosaur. Thank you for the resub. Ew. There's a leftover highlight? That's a good one, Dr. Phantom. Reverse. That would wait, no. Reverse doesn't create a copy. That's the issue. Reverse does it in place. If you created a copy, that would be perfect. What's up, Bukari? Welcome in. All right. The screenshot code is tool is cool because oh wait, never mind. What's going on here? It's like it throws them onto the next line. I don't like that. That's weird. I did like that it used my syntax highlighting, but um let's tag it so people can't reuse it. I guess they could crop this section out. Um honestly, I'll just use this. Cool. All right, I'm gonna tweet it. Anything to add, anyone before we tweet this? Welcome in, Somama. Glad to see you. Wrong one. Code snap. I guess I can try code snap. Does it use my does it use my syntax highlighting? Let's uninstall this one. 1 million installs. This is promising. Yeah, it looks great. Use my syntax highlighter. Awesome. And thank you, Salahuddin. Appreciate that. All right. Though it's really, yeah, so it actually, it cuts off the top one. This is fine. Can anyone think of a better thing to say for the tweet itself, or should I just say this? Also, I should make it copyable code. You thought it was going to be more controversial? The controversial thing would be to post like one of the really bad examples and be like, this is the best way to copy an array in JavaScript. Can you use the Twitter's edit to change what's shown in the thumbnail? I have no idea. I mean, this is just like overall cropping. Well, I have. Can you think of any others? Or I challenge you to find another language with over 12 ways to copy. I think it's pretty good, honestly, because like then you'll have people um replying that do it like in Rust or something like that. Yeah, let's do it. This is good. Do you have a Twitter, America 2050? Array.apply? Well, array. What? Flat map? I'm gonna purposefully leave some off. I don't even know what this is awaited. Array.apply. Is that a thing? Oh, because it's a it what? Use the spread operator instead of apply. Oh. It works. Fascinating. I've literally never used apply here. We're gonna swap it with this one. This will be number 0, which is my preferred way. Array copy challenge. Yeah, I like that. Um, all right. So yeah, what did it was Dr. Thu said that my language has more ways to copy an array than yours. Fight me. Cool. Also, here's the funny thing though, is if I use code snap, does it copy the linter error? It doesn't copy the linter error. That's awesome. You're right though. We probably should use flat map. But if we did flat map, then that would just wait. What does flat map do? Oh yeah, you're right. It's 13 now. It might be 14 in a second. Flattens the result by one level. Oh, so I mean we can just use it the same way we did map then. It's too long. It's like too many examples. I don't know. I think that makes it even funnier. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll have to increase all these numbers. Let's see if flat map just works this way. Well, oh, because I gave it the same name. Yeah, flat map just works the same way. Okay, great. Great. Yeah, we have a for each right here. And we also have a reduce and a reduce right. $13 ways. 13 ways to copy an array. Reduce right is a reduce, but it starts at the end of the array instead of starting at the beginning of the array. I don't want to use concat. Oh, we could do a top level concat. Can't we? That has scalar elements? 13 is catchy though. Did we we have a 0 index. Okay. So you're right, it is 14. But if we do the 15, then we that's a better number than 14. Flat map won't work with arrays as array elements. Okay, I'll let people tell me in the comments because again, it's engagement. I'm not trying to be perfect. Because yeah, we could do a concat at the top level. Did we not do this? If you say this dot concat values, this values 1 has all of them, but it's a brand new array. It's not the original one. Yeah, I could do the top level one. I'm not opposed to that. 13 plus 1 ways to shallow copy an array. Where should we do concat? Probably like right here-ish. But then we have to increase all of our numbers. 5, 6, 7. Should we start at 0? We're gonna start at 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4A and 4B. Yeah, that's funny. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why is apply the second one? You won't believe number 6. All right, I think we've done it. Let's double check all of our codes, and then we'll ship it. Cool. I was pretty proud of this one. I came up with object assign, and Stas came up with object.values, which I also like a lot. Well, here's the thing though. If I'm about to create drama about copying arrays, that's fine with me because it's like inconsequential. Why is line 26 not happy? Oh, because of TypeScript. TypeScript says, hey, this is an array of never, but we're pushing in a number. Great. Control A will increment all the selected. That's pretty cool. I've never done that in VS Code, so. Cool. Cool. All right. Again, help me come up with a spicy way to talk about this. I challenge you to find another programming language with more than 15 ways to shallow copy an array. Hashtag array copy challenge. I don't want it to be JS because again, if we get people retweeting this, no one has done this before. I need to update my gist now because I added a bunch of examples. I think we missed a few. I don't know. I don't want to admit that because if I admit it, then maybe they won't comment. I literally want people to comment with ones that I missed. It's technically JavaScript. I don't have any type annotations here. We're gonna need a bigger screenshot. Okay, so hashtag I love JavaScript. What are some other funny hashtags that I could do? I guess I should say something like, here is how I did it with JS. Did I miss any? Do the hashtags come at the end? Teach me how to tweet. Too many hashtags makes it less viral. Okay, what about 2 hashtags? All right, I think you're right. We're gonna ask ChatGPT to make this super spicy. We are finding every possible way to shallow copy an array, Pablo. Here we go. Make this tweet as controversial and engaging as possible. Hot take alert, JavaScript reigns supreme as the king of confusing and unnecessary ways to shallow copy arrays. Challenge me if you dare to find a language with more than 15 ways to do it. Did I miss any? I mean, I don't talk like this is the thing. Like I would never say that. Instead of did I miss any, can you find more? I think I like that. Um, do you know of more? Looks fine. Though, I don't. Do you know of other ways? I'm being too grammatically correct. I mean, no, this, I mean, honestly, I feel like my blood would boil if I saw this tweet. Like, I don't like reading tweets like this. Um, I don't know. Okay, this is it. This is the tweet. That's a big, long code sample. Hashtag ES2023? Oh, wait. Oh, you know what we could have done? Oh, I just thought about this. Like using the, oh man, I already, I guess technically I could delete the tweet, but using the new to reversed, that would actually have worked. If we did to reversed, or to reverse dot reverse, to reverse creates a copy, and then if we reverse it again, then it creates another one. Do we want to add another one though? It has one view. Let's delete it. Delete. Okay. Well, they mentioned reverse, but I didn't think about using to reversed because to reverse creates a copy. Yeah, to sorted and then somehow unsort it. All right. I'm gonna do an ES 2023 bonus way. Should be a separate a separate tweet. Can't believe this is how you copy an array in JavaScript. Fascinating. All right, I don't know why I deleted my tweet. Just actually, I didn't even copy what the tweet message was. I guess I could look back at ChatGPT. I have to write the tweet again. I'm overthinking this. Oh wait, now it's 16 ways. Join and then split? Okay, I'm not gonna add that, but somebody should comment that. Oh, you're right. It would turn every element into a string. You're totally right. But only a few of them do a shallow copy of an array. Das says I have your tweet. Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess I'll copy on Twitch. What's up, It's by Theory? Welcome in. You didn't, Nathan. We're down a bit of a rabbit hole. And I guess the number is 16 now. Yeah, copy pasting added a bunch of spaces. I challenge you to find another programming language with more than 16 ways to shallow copy an array. Here's how I did it with JavaScript. Do you know of other ways? View the code here. Hashtag array copy challenge. Yeah, it would have been viral with 15. Oh, well. Though I need to update my gist. Here, please like, retweet, and also comment. If you came up with another way that we didn't list here, add it as a comment. We want the engagement. Here's the thing. I really like my... Wait. That's the wrong image. Isn't it? Oh, no. Okay, don't like it. Don't like it. Don't retweet it. Do it. It's the wrong image. Man. Now the tweet's gone again. We'll get there. I'm learning. It's my first tweet. I'm learning. 73 reasons you should... Well, here's the thing. I technically can edit a tweet. I don't know if you can edit an image, though. I guess I didn't have to click the... technically, because I have... Oh, I put it in the wrong directory. That's why. Yeah, I started following people. All right. Last try. We'll get it. This is it. Thank you all for liking and retweeting it, though. One more time, though. One more time. Oh, not that. I guess that's true. It is that I'm coming up with more and more reasons and ways. What's up, Harsh? I could at the Primogen and ask him to do it in Rust. Oh, I'll follow you now, Pablo. I'm just following whoever pops up in my like recommended. Does Twitter show the image name? All right. I think this is it. I'm going to leave this up on the screen. You all tell me if I did anything wrong. Also, this is the code snippet. So let me know if something is wrong in the code snippet. I will be back in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Yeah, that was shorter than 2 minutes, I think, anyways. Anybody find any issue? Anything wrong with what I'm about to post? Oh, you're right. We could have used a for in or a for of. I didn't even think of that. What's up, Stony? Welcome in. Oof. Is there even an ES2023 hashtag? 18 ways? No, I'm gonna leave it off. Okay. Don't use hashtags, they're bad. What about one hashtag? I guess I don't really even want array copy challenge. They use a lot of electricity. All right, this is it. You said 16 ways, right? And did we add the bonus way to this? We did. Great. Okay, finally, this is the one. Like, comment, retweet. Also, like I said, if you have other ways, just comment it. Comment it if you have other ways. All right. Now back to what we were doing before, which is talking about new array methods. Now record a YouTube short with explosions and air horns. Yeah. Cool. Oh, thanks, Pablo. I'll follow you if you. Oh, nice. I purposefully got. I don't know if you were here when we did that, but I purposefully got rid of that one because it's technically it's not a shallow copy. Not sure if this is a good thing or not. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay. We were talking about, so we have two reversed, we have two sorted. We also want to show an example of two spliced. Oh, that's fascinating. Well, would you even need that though? Because spliced already creates a copy, I thought. No, spliced, like it would delete from the array. So you technically could delete from an array and create a copy all at the same time. That's awesome. Honestly, two spliced and with, I want to show examples with React. Let's show an example with React for two spliced and with. Because this is like, it's perfect for like deleting from an array or replacing a value in the array. Let's do it. And to do that, we need a to-do app. So here we go. Let's wipe out this default Vite app. We're doing it with React. Yeah. So, and one of the main reasons is in React, when you do state updates, you typically want those state updates to be immutable. So you typically have to create a copy of an array before making your updates on it, which is why these methods will be really useful in React. So here's the thing. Like I don't have a lot of experience with like deeply nested Prisma queries or like really complex Prisma queries. What is really nice about Prisma is the ecosystem and the plugins. Like the fact that you can have a single source of truth that is your table definitions and your TypeScript types, that's awesome. And until recently, it was like one of the only solutions for that. There's new tools like Drizzle, and then there's like a few others that people have talked about. But having a single source of truth is awesome. Also, because there's other plugins. Like we have a plugin that takes your Prisma schema and generates a diagram from it. So it's like your Prisma schema is the source of truth, and then you get TypeScript types, you get the ORM library, you get your migrations, you can also get like diagrams, and then also they have plugins for like TRPC and also Zod, so you could automatically generate Zod validators and TRPC endpoints. So like, I don't use Prisma just for the Prisma, just for the ORM. It's everything else too, and most tools can't do all the other stuff. Yeah, so you could do it, like you could generate JSON schemas, and I guess you could also generate handlers that use those types. So like there's a lot of cool stuff you can do like with the full ecosystem of Prisma. All right, let's build a to-do app. Here we go. Exactly. I think it's yeah, same thing. Like that's why we use React for the most part. I mean, really. Let me remove the CSS here. Cool. All right, so we have ourselves a little React app. I want some CSS, so I'm going to use Pico CSS because it just gives me default styles, and then I don't have to worry. So I'm going to take this Pico CSS, throw it in here. We added prettier already. Yeah, we could add format on save, but now I've got this. We'll wrap it in a container div. And we're going to make a little to-do app to demonstrate these new functions. The lack of semicolon, there they are. Boom. Yeah, I mean, it depends. So that code that you were looking at was literally joining 3 different tables together. So show me some other way of joining 3 tables together that doesn't look ugly, because that's basically what that query was doing. All right, we want some state. So we're going to have an array of to-do objects or to-do items. Learn ES2023. And learn React, I guess. So this is items and set items. And right here, we will, and I guess this actually can be a section. We'll be semantic about it. But then for each of the items, we're going to map over it. That gives us the item. And we want a little card that has the name of the item. Like this. Like that. Beautiful. But now once we want functionality like remove, that's where the spliced one can come in handy. So if we add a button here that says remove, when we click it, we want to remove it from the list. But what's handy here is we can actually pass in the index, and then we can use the toSplice to create a copy and remove the index all in one go. So we'll pass in the index, and then remove item takes in the index. And now we can use toSpliced. So we can say set items. We get the previous one, which is all of the items, and we say previous.toSpliced, and we pass in the index and 1, and so that will remove that index and create a copy of the array, all in one go. Check it out. It didn't work. let's see if we to spliced is not a function. Oh, because I'm in Firefox. I'm in Firefox, so it's not polyfilled. If I launch this in Chromium, it should work. We'll add a key. That's why I added the IDs to begin with. Nice. Okay, so that works. That works as intended. So basically, the to spliced creates a copy of the array and then allows you to add or remove elements from the array. So this is creating a copy and removing a value. As opposed to, like, if you wanted to do this without that, you would have to do something like that. What was your question? But where do you put stream suggestions nowadays? The Discord server is probably the best place. There is a stream suggestions channel on the Discord, and then recently I added this content ideas channel. So if you have any ideas for content, you can throw them in there too. Yeah, okay, so if we didn't have to splice, what we would need to do is, wait, did I make an error in my tweet? Okay, never mind. I always confuse slice and splice. So splice removes or adds. Slice creates a copy. We wanted slice in the tweet. But before to splice, which just got introduced, here's what we would have to do. Set items. We would now need a function to create a copy. So we would need to say, honestly, it would actually be as easy as you'd have to chain the methods, but you could say previous dot slice, which creates a copy, and then splice the index in 1. This actually should do it as well. But the other way to, or the more common way to make a copy would be to spread it like that. Or you could also do a filter, but let's make sure that this works. So yeah. Oh, I did the wrong thing. What? No, did I? Splice at that index, and then the delete count. Oh, but this returns the built-in splice returns the removed elements. So you actually can't do this. You'd have to say something like, copy is that. Splice from the copy and then return the copy. I think that's what you would have to do. Let me double check that to splice is working as intended. Okay, so that removes that one, and then that removes that one. Great. Does to spliced remove and create a copy, or does that? Yeah. Okay, that's doing as intended. Yeah, and so that's the other way you could do it. So you could create a copy, remove from it, or you could do it all in one go with a filter. So you grab the element, filter it, and then we only want it, and we also can grab the index. So here we can say return if index does not equal, let's call this item index. Item index. And so basically what this does is filter always creates a copy of the array, but as it's filtering, or as it's like creating the copy, when it comes across the one that has the same index as the one we're trying to remove, that returns false because they equal, and then we get a new array that doesn't have that item inside of it. Yeah. We can remove React, great. We can remove that one, great. We can remove that one. Cool. So yeah, this filter is now working. I wanna confirm that toSpliced is behaving as I thought it would be. So yeah, that removes that one, that one, that one. Cool. So yeah, you can filter it. Yeah, technically this splice wouldn't have worked either. Cool. All of that to say, this new array method simplifies it, right? Because now I can literally just say toSpliced. It's going to return a new array that has those elements missing from it. You can also look in our definitions. Copies an array and removes elements. If necessary, inserts new elements in their place. Returns the copied array. Yeah. True, killer. Yeah. So I'm just showing the index here because toSplice specifically takes in the index. But yeah, you're totally right. Typically, you would pass in some other identifier rather than the index to filter it out. You're completely right. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. So removing, awesome. And then adding, we can use the new with function. So now we need some like form state. We have an input. Actually, we'll do a label. Let's say a new item, and then we'll have an input, and we'll give it the do item value, and then on change, we'll do something like set new item to be e.target.value. And then we need an item, so we're going to have a state variable for it. Apparently, you could just use target. Current target makes sense if you're like adding the listener on a parent, but in this case, we can use target. Oh, I see. Like if you're saying if we click a nested element. Yeah, but in this case, the event listener is exactly on the thing that we want with no nested elements. But yeah, I don't think this would work American 2050, or would it? Oh no, so this would slice would remove the starting at the first index to the end. Honestly, though, because we're doing it by index, we could combine that with slice, because well, we could do two different slices. We could slice from the beginning up to the element we want to remove, and then slice from the end there, and then concat the two. Okay. Starts off as empty string. We change it here, and then we want a little form submit to add the new item to the list. Say add item. And then we'll say on submit. Here, we want to prevent the default action. And then we want to push into this array. But this is where the with function will help us out, because if we say set items, we can now do, so if we grab our previous array, we can say previous.with. This accepts the index. So the index here, can we add to it? Okay, never mind then. Actually, can we add to it? So if I say previous.length, will this put it at an index after the last one? So this basically creates a copy and inserts at the end, hopefully. And then the name here is new item. Will this work? Let's see. So if I say learn JS and click add, it broke. it broke. Invalid index 3. So never mind. Never mind. Because with actually replaces. So with would this, it would make more sense to use this if we were trying to update, like mark something as done. So in this case, adding a new item, you would just use the standard like spread syntax. So we do want to demonstrate this, but we can't demonstrate it right here. But we will do just the standard way. Like that. Leaving the input uncontrolled. Why? Here's the thing. Typically, at this point in your React app, you're using a form library. You wouldn't even be doing this yourself. Yeah, there's my break timer. I see what you're saying though, Killer. Because inside of the form submission, we could access form data and like use the values, but yeah, this is just a simple example to get us to the array methods. So here's what we want. We have a button to remove the item. Let's have a button that says toggle done. We're making a to-do app if you didn't know. But that means we need some done on here. Okay. So when you click an item, we'll mark it as done, and then we'll indicate it as well. And then when we add to the array, we need done as false as well. How do we style it though? We'll put the style on here, and we'll say text transform is line through strike, not text transform, text decoration. Is that the right thing? Yeah, text decoration line through is what we want, but we only want it to be line through if item.done is true. Cool. All right, now toggle done is going to be the one where we can use the with function. So toggle done takes in the index, and then it does what we tried to do down here. But what's nice is now, well, not quite. I guess we would also spread the thing too. But here, we basically want to replace the element in the array with a new one where done is toggled. So if we do with, this creates a copy, and then we specify the index we want to overwrite. So here, we could spread the previous one at that index, and then overwrite done to be the opposite of what it was. Like this. So with just this right here, we have created a copy of the array and replaced the one at that specific index. Do you get, oh, maybe we do. With gives us the index. Oh, you pass the index and the value. So no, you don't get access to the element itself. That's why I have to do this. I mean, technically, you might write this on multiple lines. Like you might say, like you might create a variable for the previous item. But this should do it. So now if I click toggle done, what it's actually doing is it's creating a copy of the array, and then that one object in the array, it's creating a copy of that one and replacing the property or updating the property. All of the others are still work as a shallow copy because these haven't changed. So the array is a new array, and then this is a copy, but the previous one is not a copy. No, so basically this line right here takes all of the previous properties and then spreads them into this object. And then this line overwrites the property. Yeah, I don't think this syntax would work because you can't not like a spreaded value. Or I see what you're saying. Like, we could just pass in the copy here. There are definitely multiple ways to go about it. Because you could actually pass in the copy, store the copied array, and then overwrite at that index. Yeah, so this would work, but we would have to do it on multiple lines of code. Right now I'm doing it as a single return from the arrow function. But yeah, let me show it. But we couldn't do an implicit return here. We would have to say copy is previous.with index, and then previous at that index. No, we would still need the spread syntax though, because we need to put it into a new array. Because the spread syntax wouldn't work here without the wrapping array, because then it would be interpreted as the rest syntax, and that's not valid. So we still need to put it into a new object like that. So copy the object. But now that it's copied, and so this copy is a copy of the array, then we can say copy at that index dot done. We would toggle it like this, and then return the copy. So this is how you could do it if you didn't want to do the spread syntax. But what I'm realizing is you need the spread syntax anyways, because we need to do a shallow copy here of the top level properties. Not using with. Oh, yeah. If we didn't have with, then honestly, then you just do this. You just spread it. You spread the previous like this. Like that. So spread the previous values into the, oh, no. Because it's a specific index, that's where this actually gets tricky. And this is where you actually see a map typically. So you would actually do something like previous.map. You get each item and each item index. And then you could have some logic in here inside the map that would say, if the item index is equal to this index, then we need to return a copy. Otherwise, return the element, the item as it is right now. But if we found the one that's the index that we want to update, then we return a copy of that item with done toggled as well, like this. This is how we used to do it. Filter a spread by key? Confused as to why we talked about it earlier. You need a copy because it's React. Yeah. So map creates a copy of the array, and then if we find, so in the reason that we have to do this is because we're trying to update the specific one in the array at this index. We can't just yeah, and basically this little line right here would do that. Because it replaces at that index with a copy. Whereas otherwise we would use a map, because we're looking at each item. If it's not the item that we care about, we return the current item without it being a copy. But if it is the item, then we return a copy and then toggle the done property. So this is typically what you would see in a React app for like an update of an object inside of an array. And this should work the same way. See, like we can toggle these. Easy. But the width I think is pretty cool because you can kind of do it all in one line without the map. So if you compare this one with this one, it's pretty slick because it's like, all right, take that array, copy it, but when you find this index, replace it with this. Yeah. All right, these are basically examples that I wanted to show using with and also to spliced. So is this our video? Yeah, I think it is. Let's record a video now. Yeah. Well, the only issue with that, Stony, is it would now put the new the thing on the end. So it takes it from the place that it was at and then puts it on the end. How do you do this without any indices? You'd have to find the index first. Yeah, so if we weren't passing in index here and we just passed in like the ID, we would have to find the ID first. And then I would argue if you need to find the ID, you might as well do this because this needs to iterate anyways. But you could say index equals like items dot find index. We want the item ID, which is equal to the ID that I have access to. And so that would give you the index, and then you could use the index afterwards. I'll leave that as a note. Something like that. But I would argue that if you need to do this anyways, which has to iterate over the array to find the index, you're better off using a map because you can basically change your if statement. So your if statement isn't checking for the index anymore. Your if statement is checking for the ID and then just replaces there. I'll be done in about an hour, Drills. Yeah. Sort it after. Oh, nice default. Glad to hear it. 14 ways to copy an array in a shallow copy an array in Python. Nice. Cool. All right, let's make a YouTube video. Firefox breaks because Firefox does not have access to width. Yeah. Yeah. Well, welcome in, Tombuck. I need to do some more beginner friendly stuff. It's honestly been a while since I've done beginner friendly stuff, but definitely check out this playlist over on YouTube. Yeah, my YouTube is over here. All right, we've got our demo app. We're talking about to reversed. Yeah, change array by copy. And Moshiko, thank you for the resub. Set validation state. Previous state. I don't know what you mean by that, Woodsiger. Like, what are you trying to show me? What is that replacing? Hey, thank you for the prime, Tumbuk. You didn't have to do that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have two reversed. I want to pull these up on MDN as well. The next one we want is two sorted. Two spliced. And the last one is with. How's my tweet doing? 10 retweets. Fascinating. Thank you all for engaging with it. I appreciate you. 14 ways in Python. Nice. And thank you, Stas. Thanks for the comment. Appreciate you, Kinky Quinn. All right. I was trying to update a specific item in my array without any indexes or IDs on the items. Oh, that's why you need IDs or indices, or some unique value or property about the thing in order to find it, in order to update it. But you would need something unique, and you'd need to figure that out. Cool. All right, let's make a YouTube video. Let me see. I have this scene so I can zoom in on the code when we're talking about stuff. Because we're going to show these find examples first. Honestly, if I show screen only and then go full screen, we can get really big. Yeah. Like this. All right, and I'm gonna hide the alerts for now while I'm doing a recording. Let me get this ready too. Yeah, that'll be good to show that it's not supported in version 18. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I don't even know what I'm gonna say. Yeah, action. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. And what in this video I'm going to show you. Yeah, I'm gonna show you some new array methods coming in ES2023. That's what I'm gonna do. Here we go. One take. I mean, I'm still gonna edit it. I'm gonna pause every now and then. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden, and welcome to this video where I'm going to show you some new array methods coming to JavaScript, specifically in ES2023. So if you're wondering, how in the heck do I know that these array methods are coming to JavaScript or to ECMAScript? Here's how. So on GitHub, if you visit github.com/tc39/proposals, this has all of the proposals that will possibly make it into the ECMAScript standard, which is the standard that defines the JavaScript language. And so if you look through here, you can actually see some of the upcoming proposals, like things that are stage 3 haven't quite made it into the language yet. They're still working on it. Stage 2, it's going to take even longer. And stage 1 or stage, how do I want to talk about this? I should. Cut. Let's try again. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I am going to show you some of the array methods that are coming up in ES 2023. But first, I'll show you how I actually found out that these array methods are coming up. Let's pause my break timer. Again. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to this video where I'm going to show you some new array methods that are coming to ES 2023, and I'll also first show you how I found these array methods. So you might be wondering, you see somebody post a blog post or a tweet or a YouTube video talking about new stuff in ECMAScript. Here's how they figure out that it's new. If you go to github.com/tc39/proposals, it has all of that info and more. You can actually see some of the stage 0, stage 1, stage 2 proposals, but if you click on finish proposals, these are the things that have actually made it into the ECMAScript standard. And you can see they're grouped by year over here. So if you scroll all the way down, you can see the things that are now showing up in ES 2023. And ES 2023 actually has 4 new features. It has array find from last, hashbang grammar, symbols as weak map keys, and change array by copy. We're specifically going to be talking about array find from last and change array by copy because these are new array methods. But this table tells you exactly what has been released in each new version of the ECMAScript standard. So first up, let's talk about array find from last. So these are 2 new methods introduced to arrays that allow you to search for an element or the element index by searching from the end of the array. So there's find last and find last index. Ooh, not that. That. So today, if you were to use the find method, let's say on this array of numbers, it always searches from left to right. So, and actually let me comment this out before I show it. So for instance, if you were to try to search an array today using the find method, it always searches from left to right. So it'll look at 42, it'll look at 13, 7, 8. It'll always search from left to right. So for example, if we're trying to find the value 100, we always have to search the entire array before we get to that. And so let's actually see this in action. If I run this code here, I'm using TSX to execute some TypeScript code, but you can see that it needs to check every single value. It needs to check 42, then 13, then 7, then 82, and then finally 100 in order to find it. But if you have a specific scenario where it makes sense to search from the end, that's where find last can come into play. Here. So same scenario, but this time if we use find last, it has to do less work because basically the first check, it's going to be able to find that specific value that we're searching for. And so now you can see down here, it only had to check the last one and it was able to find it. So find last makes a whole lot of sense if you know that the thing you're looking for is potentially closer to the end of the array. Similarly, find index and find last index, Similarly, find last index was introduced as well, and it's the same idea, but with find index instead. So if we look at this find index example, it's doing exactly the same thing, except it's going to return the index instead of the value itself. Same thing here, but of course, this last one is going to run from right to left. So it's going to be able to find that index much faster because it searches from the end. So as you can see, in order to find that index, it only had to look at the last value. So these 2 methods, super simple, but so these 2 methods are super simple, but they make a lot of sense to use depending, what do I want to say there? Depending on how you're trying to search, or depending on the format of the array that you're searching. That's what I want to say. So these new methods are really cool, and depending on how you need to find something in an array, you might make some use out of these. You also might be wondering when and where can you use these. Today, they're supported in most places. So find last is actually supported in all major web browsers. And if you look on MDN, MDN also has a list of what they support, including environments like Dino and Node. So you can see find last has support all the way across everything. So you can use find last today, and then similarly, find last index is supported in all of the same places. Cool. Yeah, American 2050 has a comment. I don't think mentioning it will be faster makes sense. The real use case scenario is when you need the last existence of X value. Possibly, but yeah, I think that's another use case because there's also the thing called find first. Is that what it's called? No, find actually does find the first. Um, yeah, I think that's a good thing to call out. And that I was just on this page here when I was doing that. I can splice this in. Yeah. I guess I'll also show the Babel plugin. So Babel find last, because technically you'll, well, actually there's an ES shim. Isn't it an ES shim? Yeah. Okay. So let me say this thing again before All right. So that's it for these two methods, find last and find last index. It's important. So that's it for find last and find last index. Again, this makes the most sense to use if you're trying to search from the end of the array, because find is always going to find the first occurrence. But if you want to find maybe the last occurrence, that's why you would use find last or find last index. Yeah, I mean, do I need to update my examples then? Not really. I'm just going to go with it. It's fine. The other thing to note is if you're writing code that's not necessarily going to be running in the latest browsers or in the latest Node.js, you can also look up ES shims. So array.prototype.findLastIndex. Did I say prototype wrong? Array.prototype.findLastIndex is here on the ES shims organization, and you can actually install this if you want to get access to that method, and it will make it available on the array prototype. Similarly, there's also array.prototype.findLast. You can also combine this with like Babel if you have already have a Babel toolchain. There's a plugin that will get you access to these two shims. All right, next up is change array by copy. And I'm actually really excited about these because they're going to be really useful when you're dealing with immutable data, especially like immutable state updates in React. So this introduces 4 new methods. You have toReversed, toSorted, toSpliced, and with. And each one of these returns a copy of the array. So let's see some examples. Not that. Actually, I will call out making copies because I'll point to my tweet about making copies. So first up, if you're not familiar with copying arrays in JavaScript or know why we need to make copies, definitely check out my tweet. I crowdsourced from the Twitch chat over 16 different ways to copy or do a shallow copy of an array in JavaScript. But basically, if you wanted to use these methods I'm about to show you before with that, so basically, if you wanted to use these methods I'm about to show you, the ones that exist now, you would have to copy the array first, and then you'd have to write the code to do that. So let's see some examples. So for example, if I have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to reverse it, the built-in reverse method on arrays actually modifies the array. So if I run this and I don't reassign it to a value, values 1 is actually going to be modified here. And in some scenarios, we don't want that. So enter to reversed. So now if you use to reversed, this actually creates a copy. So this creates a copy and then reverses it. So you're not modifying the original array. So this is super convenient because there's a lot of times maybe in a UI where you're trying to change the filters or something like that, and you're always copying it before you reverse it. Now you could just use this method to reversed. Next up is to sorted. So again, the built-in sort method actually modifies the array that you're calling it on. So if we have this comparison function, sort numbers, and we pass that into sort, actually, let me get rid of this. So next up is to sorted. And so next up is to sorted. So if you were to use the built-in sort method on arrays, this actually modifies the array that you're calling it on. So for instance, if we want to sort this array of numbers, I have my comparison function here, and this sort modifies the input array. But now we have to sorted. So instead of needing to create a copy or even modifying the original, to sorted, which can take that same comparison function, now returns a copy, and now we have a sorted copy. Great. Quaco won't work because I think because of like the Node version or something like that. All right. So we're going to show to spliced next, but I also want to show the running app. Where did we do to spliced? This is a whole lot of code to show. So this has to do with removing. Removing does to spliced. Great. So next up is to spliced, and the best place to demonstrate this is actually inside of a React app. So I have a super simple to-do app here. You can add new items like learn, array methods, click enter, that actually gets added to the bottom of the list here. But on any one of these, I can click on remove, and that removes it from the list. Now, if you've ever worked in React, you know that React works on immutable state. So anytime we want to update this array, we typically have to create a copy first and then remove the item. Or we do something like a filter to remove the item. But now with the to spliced method, we can do it very simply. I guess I'll show this first. So on my to-do item here, I actually have a remove item function, and I'm passing in the index. And now the remove item function takes in that index and then just removes it. And so you can see here, I'm using the set items state update method. And so I'm actually, I kind of need to show multiple things. I need to show our initial state. I need to give a rundown of the code. Here we go. Excuse me. So in my React app, you can see that I have, and actually let's minimize everything else too. So in my React app, you can see that I have this state variable here for my items. And then in my render function, we're iterating over those items. And then each item has a remove button with that click handler to remove item. So if we look at remove item, we can see that it's actually accepting the index. And this function now needs to call set items to update the state, using that index to determine which one needs to be removed. So you can see now with toSpliced, it's super simple. We're using set items. We're using the callback, which gives us the current state. And then we're taking that array and we're taking that array and then saying remove the element at this specific index and return a copy of the array. So now we have a nice little one-liner that copies the array and removes that specific index all in one. Before toSpliced exists, typically you'd have to do something like this. Like you would potentially create a copy of the array, then splice it out, and then return the copy. Or you could use something like a filter. So you filter every item whose index doesn't match the index that you're searching for. But now we can do it all in one line like this. What else do I want to show? Yeah, now I want to show toggle done. The next function to look at is width. And so this one is cool because it will actually replace an element in an array and copy the array with the element. How do I say that? We can actually read the definition here of width. Copies an array, then overwrites the value at the provided index with the given value. If the index is negative, then it replaces the start of the array. Okay. So the next one to demo is array.prototype.width. And this actually allows us to create a copy of the array and replace a specific element in the array. So in my React app, here I have a toggle done function. And so when we click this, it actually marks the internal done property as either true or false. It toggles it. So if we look at this function, which accepts the index, we can now use this width function. So we take the previous array, create a copy, and then say replace the element at this specific index with a copy of that specific item. So we still have to combine this with like the spread syntax to copy the item that we want to copy. And then we toggle the done property. But the nice thing to see here is this specific syntax. So previous now becomes a copy of the array, and then we're overwriting that specific index. Now, before we had this, there's a lot of different ways that you could have done this. Typically, you would often see it done with like a map. So basically, you would map over the previous array that you need to copy. Every other element that's not the one that we're trying to copy, we return it. But if we found the one we want to copy, we create a copy of it by spreading it and changing the property. So you see this in a lot of React apps that aren't using some library to help with managing state updates. Basically, we do a map and then replace the element itself. There's also a couple of other ways we could have done this. So instead of doing like an all-in-one spread with the width, we could have done width, which actually creates a copy. And then at that point, because we've replaced the element with a copy of itself, we can directly modify it. And it's important to note that all of my examples here are using the index. And that's on purpose because these methods that we're working with use the index. A lot of times when you're calling these functions in your React app, you may not be using the index. But if you need the index, you could use it. So there's already a built-in method called findIndex. So let's say you wanted to remove by ID. You could, for example, use findIndex to get the index and then call this function. But I would argue if you need to find the index anyways, you might as well use a map, because then if you used findIndex in combination with width, that's like double iteration. But if you use a map, then it only has to iterate once. But it really comes down to how you actually implement your app. Okay. That's great. I'm taking a long time to say all of this, but I'm going to be able to edit it down, which is good. I guess I'll say this now. So it's important to note that I'm actually running this in a Chrome-based browser, and that's why these methods are working. But if we try over in Firefox, you can see that the whole app just breaks because Firefox actually has not implemented width or toSpliced. Because Firefox has not implemented because Firefox is not implemented with or any of those other new methods that I've shown you. And it's important to note where you have. So it's important to note where these things actually exist. And I think one last thing I'll mention is these methods also exist on typed arrays if you're using typed arrays. But toReversed works pretty much everywhere except for Firefox. And then it also works in Deno and in Node.js. And toSorted, again, pretty much everywhere except for Firefox. And it works in Node version 20 and Deno 1.3. toSpliced, basically it's the same support scenario for all of these methods, pretty much everywhere except for Firefox. But the support in Firefox should be coming soon because it has made it into the final version of ES2023. But you can see, again, there's a couple more places where toSpliced isn't supported. And then we also have the built-in array width. And you can see where it's supported here as well. And then I wanted to show this. So if your code's running in any of those environments that were mentioned, you can use these functions. Also, there are ES shims available if you want to use them now. And if you want to use them with TypeScript, you're going to have to wait a little bit or just add some custom type definitions. So there's actually a PR open right now on the TypeScript repo that adds these methods that adds these methods like toReversed, toSorted, toSpliced. So it basically adds the type definitions so you can get editor support when you're working with TypeScript. And so because this hasn't been merged into TypeScript yet, in my app over here, I actually just overrode the types. So in my types file here, I overrode the array type in the global namespace to give me access to these functions because I knew that I'm going to be running the code in an environment that supported them. So if you want editor support, you're going to have to do something like this until this PR is merged. Cool. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you learned a little bit something. Words are hard. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you found some new array methods that you're going to go and try out. Definitely tweet at me if you have another way to copy an array. And also tweet at me if you're using these newer methods in some interesting ways. All right, I'll see you in the next one. That's our YouTube video, everybody. I think we did it. It took us three hours to come up with all the examples. Oh well. Oh well. What's the difference between a polyfill and a shim? I don't know. I don't know. Aren't they the same? A shim is any piece of code that performs interception of an API call and provides a layer of abstraction. A polyfill is a type of shim that retrofits legacy browsers. So I think that's the best definition there. A polyfill is a type of shim because technically, like that ES shim thing that I showed you earlier, they are actually polyfills because you can actually see how they implement. You can see how they implement these functions. So, like if you look at the actual source code, I don't know if it's going to be easy to find. No, there's a shim.js. Yeah, here it is. So, well, no. So it brought in the polyfill. So polyfill now adds the shim. And then there's this is crazy, but the implementation is actually over here. Here we go. So this is the actual polyfilled version of the function. So you can see find last index, and this is just written with JavaScript that would be supported by most web browsers. And then all of this code that I just like navigated through is in charge of basically deciding should we put this function on the array prototype if it's not there. And so any environment that doesn't support this method would need to polyfill it. Are there any client-side rendered frameworks for React? Not that I know of, Steven. I don't know if anybody in the chat can mention, but basically what they're hoping for is, I don't know, React template with more opinions or something like that. right? Yeah, so Babel would be another thing. And so I guess I didn't show this, but there is an ES shim plugin for Babel. Um, here. And so basically this combines ES shims to make them available inside of Babel. And so it adds all of these. Yeah. Yeah, so SSR definitely I mean that's one of the main benefits. So that's why people go for it is SEO. It's there's also potential to like simplify your application code if you're doing things server side rendered because uh your apps can get a little bit more complex if you have like a decoupled architecture where you have a separate API and then a separate front end. Check your second to last message. I didn't run the code for two reversed or two sorted. Yeah, I didn't feel like doing it. um, I guess it's important. I guess I didn't show that it's broken in Node. Honestly, might not even show that when I do the edit. I might even leave out running the code here, just to make the video faster. Yeah, I'm not completely familiar with how TypeScript does the things, but I'm pretty sure TypeScript does some of the polyfilling as well. So like you basically would use TypeScript instead of Babel. It used to be that you used Babel in combination with TypeScript, but these days I'm pretty sure TypeScript handles all of that stuff. Oh, and thank you, Coder Girl. Thank you for the bits. I do like anime. Yeah, I am coding on my 14-inch screen. Here it is, right in front of me. Yeah, so SEO and faster load time. Yeah, TSC has its own Babel. So TypeScript Babel? So there's the Babel preset TypeScript. Using Babel with TypeScript. Yeah, and so that's why a lot of this stuff is just handled by TypeScript out of the box. Like, that's why you can set your target here, and then TypeScript knows how to transpile it, or potentially add polyfills if it needs to. Um, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I think so. That was my understanding of it. Is like you don't need Babel with TypeScript anymore. TypeScript just does all the stuff. But like if you want some things that TypeScript doesn't support yet, you're gonna need something like Babel to add the polyfills and stuff to the output. Yeah. Cool. Um no, that's what the target you can see when you output the TypeScript code, if you change this target, it's gonna change how it actually transpiles it. Like if your target is ES next, arrow functions will appear. But if you do like ES5, then your arrow functions are going to get turned into anonymous functions. TypeScript target polyfill. TypeScript transpiles but does not polyfill. That was from 2018 though. Runtime polyfills for TypeScript libs. Oh, you know what? Oh, never mind, because we saw the PR. It hasn't been added yet. I was thinking, can we do something like ES2020 dot array something? But yeah, that doesn't exist. Oh well. Yeah, welcome in, Late Key. Good to see you. All right, I could probably make a YouTube video out of that. The thing is, I wanted to record content for more than one YouTube video. So module is the type of modules you can define, and like I guess also the I don't think it's okay. So they're separate. So I was going to say module resolution. So module resolution is how it finds the things that you import. Module setting here is how you define your modules. In our case, because we have ES next, that means our modules are defined with import and like export and export default. So this defines how we define our modules, and then this defines what is our code getting transpiled to. All right. Well, what else was on our list of things? I guess we finished that. It's not completed. We need a. Can I add another list? Anybody know how Notion works? Are there only three lists ever? Group by status, visible groups. How do I add more? The plus icon adds a card. Oh, I see. To be edited. No, see, that just added a card. Content? I think it has something to do with like I need to go into this and then modify the statuses. Layout? I think this just adds another board view. Here. Yeah, that's just a whole new view. I don't want another view. I just want another column. New. Status? Edit property. Here we go. How do I add another status? At the far right of my board, click plus. Click add a group to add a column to your board. Docs could use some pictures, but yeah, I don't have the add a group option. Okay. Notion is great. You should use Notion. I guess I don't need another column. We'll just stay in progress. Needs to be edited. Cool. I've already been live for too long. I think I'll do this one because it will actually be good to know, Mellow Trash. Yeah, so if you set it to ES5, then it's going to need to polyfill whatever wasn't supported. But I think I'm going to do this one because it's actually super quick. It's basically you have an existing Express API and you want to deploy it to Vercel. I think like, here's the thing, like Notion is a very complicated product, right? So like I use Trello for this kind of thing, and it does that really well. Like I can add as many lists as I want. I can just add cards. It's great. Notion has that feature, but also has a lot of other features, which also means that like there's just so many options that I have to learn here, right? So like if I really want to use Notion, I literally have to learn their interface. I have to learn all of these options, and I think especially it's kind of like they've made it so that you have different views into your data. Like you can view it like this, but you can also choose to view it on a calendar or in a timeline, which is fascinating. Like it's you could definitely get a lot of use out of that. Um, but I just want a Kanban board. That's the thing. Uh, I mean, because this is cool too, is you can actually see it um, in a table. New property on content. Here's the thing. Yeah, I want to modify. Like, I want to add. Um, so we have to do, in progress, and complete. Like, I want a new status. I guess if I do something like to be edited. So now that's another one. And if we look at the board, I don't know. Oh, apparently I have a bunch of untitled cards here too. Cool. Does this doesn't say anything about polyfilling though, but I assume it would. I don't know. I'm gonna stop figuring out Notion. This is just like a big. I mean, honestly, I was gonna say it's an ad for Notion. At this point, it's a bad ad for Notion because people are like, "Oh, I don't want to use Notion anymore." Everyone's telling me I should use Notion, but Trello still seems to do what I want to do a whole lot better. Well, the table view, I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking about it. Let's do this video. Deploy an Express API with Vercel. Um, here we go. Basically, do the thing that you probably. I don't know. People would potentially complain about the fact that you're still using Express. So like, why would you even need Express? Why would you deploy Express to Vercel? Honestly, I need to make a little. I need to make a list of answer questions that I'm going to answer for the video. Um, all right, help me out. What are some reasons you would want to deploy an Express app to Vercel? Have an existing app. Need to move. Need to or need to deploy it somewhere. Like we're not really talking about I'm starting an Express API from scratch. But yeah, yeah. In HRP is asking, what's the Express replacement for Cloud, Azure, or Lambda functions? I'm about to show you. So basically, what you can do is you can write an Express app like you're used to, and then if you configure the rewrites in a specific way, you can get it to work like serverless functions, where basically you have a single serverless function that's able to respond to all of the different types of requests. Um, uh, your API is not long lived. So let's say, so like, can't use WebSockets or like event timers or something like that. Can people think of like what are some other words for this? Like basically your Express API needs to just be an API. Like it kind of needs to be like stateless too in a way. Technically, long polling would actually work. Well, no, would it? No, because your function would turn down. I mean, would um your function would go to sleep. Like it would time out. Server sent events. It would go to sleep. Yes. They probably have something about this in the Vercel docs. Yeah. Um, yeah, welcome back, Drills. We finally recorded that YouTube video. So there has to be something in here along like WebSockets. Limits and limitations. Yeah, honestly, I kind of want to just link to this section. Yeah, this is what I'm saying is if your Express API is using WebSockets or servers and events or anything that's like long lived, you shouldn't deploy to Vercel. But if it's simple API functions like get routes and post routes, you can deploy to Vercel. Why would you want to do this? um, yeah, I guess this entire limits page would work. Yeah. Nice, SQL Gorster. Glad to hear it. Um, uh, fine. Yeah, I think that's the issue though, Mellow Trash, is like I don't want to get into why you should or should not use serverless. This video is you've already determined I want to use serverless, and I'm making it clear to anybody that comes across this that hasn't used serverless before, you can't do these kinds of things. That's basically what I want to talk about. What do you mean code property, Drills? Like the license of your code or the thing you're trying to deploy? Yeah. This specific section basically has how to and what to do as well. Because like the other issue with deploying this way is like if you have like files that aren't imported anywhere, then it may not get bundled into your serverless function. Honestly, I'm just going to point to this page. I'm going to be like, look, you need to read this page. And if you agree with everything, then yeah, for the most part, yeah. it doesn't I don't know if it necessarily means the same thing, but yeah, our serverless functions are stateless because they basically like spin up and then go back down. So they're not long lived in that way. Okay. I'm also going to do it somewhat live too. And this is, I guess this will also be an advertisement for my Create TS API or Express API Starter TS. Rate limiting without overhead, Netlify, or Vercel functions. It's too much. I can't read. What's up, Terex? Welcome in. Be sure to check your Twitch whispers. I sent you a code for my course. Quick plug. I have a new course called React Roots. It teaches the basics of React and TypeScript. Go to reactroots.com. It has all the info of like all the lessons and learning objectives. And then also, if you look at my recent videos on YouTube, these are all previews of the React Roots course. I can't read. So if you're curious what's my teaching style or what's in the course, definitely check out my recent YouTube videos. Cool. Okay. Does this command still work? Let's see. Great. Nice. Cool. It is easy to make an Express API with my little command here. All right, let's talk about it. And I'll show this. Thanks, Drills. I think that may not mean what you think it means, or maybe you said it like that on purpose. But let's make a let's make a YouTube video. I guess I can close all of this. Wait, why did late key get timed out? What did late key do? Late key is nice. Did somebody click the button accidentally again? Drills, explain yourself. why did late key get timed out? I mean, I guess if you don't want to say it in the chat, you can throw it in Discord. Um, um, oh, by accident. Why is it so? Okay, I think it's Twitch's fault at this point because Limeotes accidentally timed somebody out earlier too. So that's on you, Twitch. Your tools are confusing and people accidentally get timed out. All right, let's make a video. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden and welcome to this video where I will show you how to deploy an Express API to Vercel. or Vercel. I'm going to say either one of those. I actually don't know the correct pronunciation. I could have looked it up before recording this video, but I'm not going to. So Vercel is a place where you can deploy serverless functions, also like Next.js apps and stuff like that. But you actually can also deploy Express APIs. So you might be wondering, why on earth would you want to deploy an Express API to Vercel? Or why would you even want to build an Express API? This video is not going to talk about that. Basically, I'm making this video for people that have an Express API and they want to deploy it to Vercel. And there's some caveats for deploying an Express API to Vercel. So it cannot be long-lived. That means you can't have any sort of like persistent or long-lived connections like WebSockets or server-sent events. If you look at the Vercel documentation, you'll see they talk about that, like it's not built for that. And you should also just look at this entire page that talks about the limits of your serverless functions and make sure that you potentially won't hit any of those limits. Also, there's some documentation on using Express with Vercel. It's really funny because they kind of tell you like, hey, just don't do that. But again, I'm telling you, if you want to do that, this is how we're going to do it. But they also have a section talking about drawbacks and edge cases. So definitely give this page a read to make sure that you're going to be able to deploy the app that you built to Vercel. But if you've made it past all of that and you still want to deploy an Express API to Vercel, let me show you how. First, let's make an Express API. So I'm going to use my Express API starter TypeScript, which is a little scaffold for a project. I also have an Express API starter without TypeScript. You can pick and choose. But in your terminal, if you run this command and then you can give it a name, it'll create a directory, give you a basic Express app in that directory, and you can go from there. So now if I go into that directory and if I do npm run dev, I will have myself a little Express API running on port 5000. It also comes built in with a nice little endpoint, API v1 emojis, and you get a list of emojis. It also has the homepage. So this is what we're going to attempt to deploy to Vercel. Now what? now what do we do? Let's show screen zoom like this. So the first thing you'll need to do is create a folder in here called API, and then inside of that, create an index.ts if you're in TypeScript or JS if you're in JavaScript. And in this file, we need to import and also export our Express API. So you'll see in the setup here, app.ts defines an Express app and then exports it. Basically, you need to have your app set up in a similar way if you're not using the Express API starter. And so here, we'll import that app. Oh, I need to go up directory. So here, we'll import that app. Like this. So we've imported it, and then now we export it. Why is this complaining? Man, okay. So now we've exported it. We should be good to go. TypeScript will complain if you're just now setting this up and you added the API folder and so TypeScript will complain about this file if you haven't set up your TS config yet. So if you are using TypeScript, you're going to need to tell it about the API folder. So in your TS config, just be sure to include the API folder like this, and then TypeScript should stop complaining. And then TypeScript should stop complaining about this specific file. Great. But this is pretty much all you need. So now basically what we've done is we've defined the API folder, we've defined our entry point, and we're just importing the Express app and then exporting the Express app. So wherever your Express app is defined can remain exactly as it is. You just need to make sure that you pull it into this index.ts inside of your API folder. Now what? I think now we'll run the command to deploy it, and then I'll show you where it breaks down. So like this, let's actually deploy it. Now it's gonna break because anything beyond our index route doesn't have configuration yet, so we're gonna need to fix that. But first, let's just try deploying it. So from the command line, if you run Vercel, you'll need to install it first, but I'm going to set up and deploy this, choose your account. I'm not gonna link it to an existing project. I'm going to call this Express API example. Yes. Point it at this directory. Leave all of the settings as default, so don't modify anything. TypeScript improves app performance. Unexpected error. Please try again later. Man. All right. First of all, I need to upgrade my first of all. Stop. The latest update may fix the errors that occurred. All of the wait times are going to be edited out. It created the .vercel folder anyways. Man, I need to do that all over again. Let me delete this. The React Roots marketing website is on Vercel. Did it work? No output directory named public. Do I need a public? But yeah, reactroots.com is made with Astro. And it actually is just static files. You can also deploy like CDN like stuff to Vercel as well. So that's what this is. Reactroots.com is just literally one HTML file, but it is on Vercel. Did this work? No production deployment. Oh, do I need to? Okay, I'm gonna roll with it. Yeah, we need the rewrites, but the homepage should still work. Okay, so it deployed. It's complaining about the public folder, but that's okay for now. I'm gonna do vercel --prod, which should deploy it fully, and then give me a URL where I can visit it. Do I actually need a public directory? Oh, you can do it without the redirects. If this works, I'm gonna wipe it out and do it again, just so it's all in one go. The output directory public is empty. All right. What about a git keep file? Right, there isn't anything weird in this. Honestly, it might make sense to just set up the rewrites by default. What I wanted to show though is that this actually will deploy, and I see. This actually deploys to /API then. Yeah. Okay, never mind. We're gonna start from scratch with all of the rewrites and everything too. Though, is it possible to do the rewrites without a public folder? Okay, apparently you need a public folder. That's ridiculous. Right? That's what I'm saying, Codex. Just create it. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't do that by default because it doesn't want to like overwrite anything, but if it doesn't exist, it could just create it. Moment of truth. Nice. We have ourselves a deployed Express API. And I can go to API v1 emojis, and that works too. Cool. All right, let's delete it all and then start again. You know, I've never deployed to Vercel. It's Vercel, isn't it? But I've never deployed there from a GitHub project. That's probably how most people do it. I've always done from the command line. The thing is, like, it shouldn't need to run my build command. Like, I don't think it is, though. I don't think it's going to be running it. Git keep is a way to make sure that an empty folder sticks around with Git. I mean, honestly, you could call it anything, but it's a common pattern. If you want an empty folder in your Git repo, you use .git keep, which is why I'm saying let's just do that, because if this is going to be on Git anyways, it's going to be an empty folder, but we want that to exist. Okay. Let's delete this. And we'll start from here. Okay. Okay, so now we've imported and exported our app. There's a couple more things we need to do before we can deploy this to Vercel. So first of all, we need a public folder. So we're going to create a folder called public, and it can be an empty folder, but let's see, and it can't be an empty folder. So I'm going to need to put something in it to make. Let's do that again. So the next thing we'll need is a folder called public. So I'm just going to create a public folder, and then I'm going to create a .getkeep file inside of here. Mainly, this folder is just going to stay completely empty because my Express API doesn't have any static files. It's all a JSON responses. So .getkeep is a Git convention to keep an empty directory around. But we need that because Vercel expects there to be a public directory. Next up, we need a Vercel config. So we'll have a vercel.json file, and this is where we will And this is where we'll specify our rewrites. So essentially every request that comes in here actually needs to be redirected. So every request that comes into our API needs to be redirected here, right? Because if there's like a nested express route that's being requested, it starts here so that the app can handle it. So in our config, we're going to basically redirect everything to that one file. If you look at this repo, which is linked down in the description, if you look at this article, which is linked down in the description, using Express with Vercel, they give you an example that you can copy paste, this one here. So we'll just take that, paste it in, and you'll notice that in their example, they're redirecting everything that's /API to the API folder. In our case, we want to redirect everything because our entire Express app lives under there. So we're actually going to redirect /anything to /API. So now any request that comes into our app is going to get served by this serverless function, which is our entire Express app. So /API v1 emojis, that is going to get handled by API, which in turn is handled by our Express app, which in turn mounted our API handler, etc. So these are the rewrites that we need. But now that I have this configuration, we're ready to deploy. No, I talked about it. I think you missed the beginning of the video, Codex. I'm kind of doing it on purpose. I literally started with the video with, I don't know how to pronounce it. So now in our terminal, I'm just going to do Vercel --prod because I want this to be a production deployment. And it's going to ask me to set this up. So I'll say yes. I can choose which project I want to deploy to. We're going to create a brand new project, and I'm going to call this Express App Example TS. And then we're going to deploy this directory. And we can actually just leave all of the default settings. Man, I want to do this again because this screen is actually chopped off. So we'll do it full screen like this. So in this directory, I can now run the Vercel command. So I'll do Vercel --prod. Let's say that again. So now in this directory, I can run Vercel --prod. This will deploy it to production on its. So in this directory, I can run Vercel. Final. So in this directory, I can run Vercel --prod. So this will deploy it to production. And what will this do? So make the production deployment on the first try? I don't know. I'm not even going to explain it. I'm just going to tell them to do it. So in this directory, I can do. So in this directory, I can do Vercel --prod. So this is going to ask me to set up this project. Choose your account. I'm not going to link to an existing one. I can call it whatever I want. Choose the current directory. And then And then for these settings, you can actually just leave all of the defaults. So I'm just going to say no. We're not going to modify them. Yeah, I guess it is running that build, isn't it? Or is it? Is it running the build command? So it's finished, and at this point, we can test it out. So now if I go to my deployed app, you can see that the homepage loads, great. But now it's really important to test the nested route. So if I go to API v1/emojis, we want to see that route exists. We want to see, does that route exist? And yes, it does. So essentially what's happening is that rewrite. So when we go here, it's redirecting to the root index, which is the Express app, which then in turn serves this up. So this is a basic deployment of an Express API to Vercel. I think we might want to disable the build. What if I did this? Will it deploy faster? Would I consider moving to Dino one day? I've done a lot of Dino stuff. Honestly, you could actually do the same thing on Dino deploy, very likely. Um, um, I'm curious though, if I set a Vercel build, can this just be like a no-op? Like, do we need it to deploy fast? I don't know. I think like I don't want it to go through the TypeScript. I don't want it to run my build command because it shouldn't have to do that. Like it shouldn't run TSC because we're actually like part of the deploy process is to like see this as an entry point and then transpile it if it needs to, but it shouldn't need to run the TypeScript compiler. Um, I guess we should be able to see though. Like if we look at the files, um, storage. How isn't it possible to like look at the files in the app source? Yeah, so the fact that this doesn't have a dist directory tells me that it didn't do the build, which is what I want. Because if we do locally, if we do a build, that creates the dist directory there. I guess technically we can tell it to ignore that too. Is there a Vercel ignore? Let's do it. I might have to redeploy the whole thing just to demo this, but ignore the dist folder. Also, to really test this out, let's see if does the build server create this text file. All right. I know I just deleted the dist folder. If I look in settings, there's a build command. If your front end does not require a build, leave this field empty. Skip the build step. Okay, there's a built-in way to do it. I should do that. not try to like trick it. Leave the build command empty. So I guess in this case I actually do need a build command. That's why I'm doing this build command, which is like a no-op. Let's see. All right, it still works. Now if we go back to the project and we look at this specific one and we look at the source, There's no dist. That's good. It didn't create a Vercel build.txt. Oh, well, the build command didn't get put into Vercel.json. That's completely empty. The build command is just using the default because I didn't overwrite it. That's what this was saying here. Oh, I see. Okay, so no framework detected. Is my codes right here? This is this output to a honestly, what's the best way to no op in from the terminal, like bash? Yeah, that created a Vercel build. Cool. Cat no op. um I'm curious why. I guess that's fine. The main thing is I don't want it running the TypeScript compiler on the Vercel build, which is why I thought we would need to write this. No op. Because if I leave this off, I do believe it's going to try to run this command. Yeah, I guess the main issue is I don't want to have to rename the task because people could have an existing workflow where they want to keep the names of their stuff. Running Vercel build. Oh, it did it. Here it is. Yeah, great. Great. um, that's what we want. Let's try again. Well, the thing is, it's really simple. once you've figured all of this out, and once you've set it up this way, then you've deployed. I mean, where else can you deploy an Express app this easily? Because anywhere else would potentially be a long running process. It might go to sleep. This makes it really easy to just like deploy an Express app as a serverless function. No op. No op. Great. See, DigitalOcean costs like at least $5 a month, or maybe they have a cheaper one. Fly.io could work. Firebase doesn't support Express APIs. AWS would require you to configure an entire server. Fly.io might be the only option here. But you also have to look at their free tier. Yeah, Fly.io. Yeah, so basically this would be a replacement for Fly.io. Oh, you also have to add your credit card to Fly.io, so you don't need to do that with Vercel. Honestly, I already gave all of the caveats at the beginning of this. Like, you may or may not want to do this. All I'm here is if you do want to do this, this is how you do it. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Because honestly, I feel like there's a very large group of people that want to deploy this way to Vercel, but they haven't been able to figure it out. So that's why I'm making this video. Now I don't need public? I tried it without public. I'm gonna say that I need public. I think specifically because I don't have a framework chosen. Okay. Now. now. We want to add the build. Is that all I was doing? Yeah. All right, the last step here is to change the build. So by default, Vercel is going to try to run your build command, and we actually don't need to run our TypeScript command on the. Yeah. All right, so the last setting is to actually override the build command. So by default, if Vercel detects this build command, it's going to try and run it, but we don't need it to do that because part of the deployment process is to look at the entry point here. Vercel handles all of the transpilation and everything else. You actually don't need to run the build command for a backend TypeScript app. So in this case, in order to override that build command, we need to add Vercel build. And this just needs to be a no-op. So I'm just going to echo hello. So Vercel is going to run this command, but I don't need it to run the TypeScript compiler. So whenever we deploy, this is the command that's going to run because we actually don't need everything else. So that should be it. Once you have all of those settings, we should be able to deploy and create the project from the command line. So from the command line, if I do vercel -- prod, I'll need to create a new project, choose my account, give it a name, and then just choose this directory. We can use all of the default settings, and this is that one setting I was specifically talking about. So because it sees that build command, it would try to run it on the server, but we don't want it to do that because we already have our entry point. So we're not going to modify these settings. I mean, you say that late key, but this video is literally going to edit down to like two to 3 minutes. It's going to be so short. Well, because that's the thing is like I figured out how to do it once. You don't have to figure out how to do it after that. Oh no, why do you call it smoky? I bet somebody else is deploying here right now while I'm trying to do this. And that's it, we're deployed. So if I try to visit this in my web browser, you can see at least the homepage loads, but it's important to check our nested route. So now if I try to go to API/v1 /emojis, it works. So our config is basically rewriting that request to the main app, which in turn serves up the emojis route. So that's it for this video. Hopefully this was useful for Somebody also might have sniped the domain by accident. I'm not even worried. I'm not even worried. So that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully it was useful to you. Like I said, there's like a very specific use case for like why you would actually want to do this. But if you do, and this works for you, glad to hear it. What else do I want to say? Subscribe, watch on Twitch. See you in the next one. Cool. All right, let's try it. We can try it right now, Fun Planet. If I delete the public folder and then try to deploy, let's see what happens. Hey, Madeline. I mean, I guess I am leaving. Yeah, so see, look, it wants that public directory no matter what. Honestly, let me do another outro because I do need to plug my course and everything else. So yeah, we need the public folder specifically because we're not using a framework. And it basically kind of like defaults to like a static deploy. Maybe it's because there's a package.json. I don't know. Let's do one last outro here. Thanks for watching this. If this was useful for you, definitely throw a comment down below letting me know. Like I said, there's like a very niche use case where you would actually want to do this. But if you do want to do this and you do it and it works, please let me know in the comments. Definitely check out reactroots.com. I currently have a course that teaches the basics of React and TypeScript. So if you want to learn more, you can visit reactroots.com. Also, if you visit coding.garden, it has the rest of my links to all of my stuff. I'm live on Twitch right now. So if you visit twitch.tv/codinggarden, you can watch live and participate and interact in the chat and stuff like that. But that's all I have for you. See you in the next one. Cool. I mean, I kind of need to do a similar outro for my the video that I recorded earlier. Let's try that over here. Yeah, I think because we have the build command, it wants that public folder. I think that's the issue. Okay. There's gotta be, so yeah, American 2050 just got banned. All right, did they lose their VIP? Say something, American 2050. So that's 3 times that our mods have accidentally performed a moderation action. Okay, they're still VIP, good. Woo! Well, all right, let me do an outro over here. Thanks again for watching this video. If you visit, wait, what button do I press? This one? Yeah. I'm gonna hide the drop game too. Thanks again for watching this video. If you visit, thanks again for watching this video. If you visit coding.garden, you can get, okay, here we go. Thanks again for watching this video. If you visit coding.garden, you can get links to all my stuff. I'm actually live on Twitch right now, twitch.tv/codinggarden. Definitely drop a follow over there, and you can see all of the other places I am on the web as well. Also, I have a course right now. It's called React Roots. It teaches the basics of React and TypeScript. So definitely check out reactroots.com if you'd like to learn more. All right, I'll see you in the next one. We did it, everyone. We made 2 YouTube videos. It only took us 4 hours. Combine that with probably like, I don't know, 2-3 hours of editing. Well, thanks for all the supports. I think I might have missed some earlier. Yeah, but thank you for all those supports. Let's see Nathan's question. I didn't get to Nathan's question. He might not even be here anymore, but let's see if I can answer it quickly. I want an app that lets me type up an email body and has a date and time picker. Then the app will send an email to a specific email address with the email body at the time I sent. That email address will respond automatically. Then I want the app to respond to that email. I see. They're basically like, how do was I just singing John Williams? That was like unconscious. I was doing that unconsciously. Yeah, I mean, this is like a whole, how would I build this app? We could make a YouTube video out of that. What do y'all think of that? Do you all want to know how I would build this app? We can also draw it. Oh. Can I? This is, oh, I didn't mean to do that. This is breaking a UI down into components. Does Excalidraw have like pages? basically, I don't know how to use any of the apps that I load up. How do I just add I want a new page. Do I just have to delete everything? That's what we'll do. Yeah, but also wanting to send it at a specific time, that would require probably like a cron job. And then oh, yeah, I could have dragged it off the screen. That's fine. I don't need it anymore though. So yeah, there's a lot of concepts here. We need a cron job. We need an SMTP server, potentially node mailer. And then to have that email address respond automatically, you also need some kind of library that lets you get access to a mailbox, ideally like IMAP or something like that. And then the mailbox that gets access to it would then need to use something like node mailer. Yeah, the breaking down the UI into components is from my new course React Roots, and this specifically was lesson 3. Actually, this was actually lesson 4 because we did a lesson review. But we visually broke down a UI into separate components. Yeah. Did I check your idea on Discord? I did, about semantic HTML. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. The thing is, like, I don't use semantic HTML often myself, but see you later, HTTP404. Have a good one. But maybe we can talk about all the semantic elements or something like that, or talk about where it's useful. Even if you have a build command, you can set build command in Vercel.json to be empty, and you won't need a public folder. Oh! Honestly, that's probably the better way to do it. It's fine. I'll leave it in the video wrong, because I feel like if I do it wrong, then I get comments, which is engagement. That's what we want. Excalidraw has slides? That's really cool. So yeah, I'm going to publish that video knowing that I'm possibly wrong, just so that people comment on it, which creates engagement, which I need, because no one's engaging with my YouTube videos. What was I gonna do? Yeah. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, Nathan, I'm actually talking about, I think I'm gonna try to answer your question right now and make a YouTube video out of it, because we're basically gonna be designing a system. So let me clarify or make sure that I understand the app that you're trying to build. So it's a page, you type in the email body and the time it needs to be sent, and then later on at that time, the app needs to send the email. And then this piece right here, this is kind of what I need clarification on. So that email address will respond automatically. So, meaning, expand on this part here. Who's going to respond? So it's going to send the email, but if somebody responds to the email that got sent, it needs to auto respond to that. Is that what you're saying? There's an app called Tiny Letter. Does it do this? The auto respond section. Tiny Letter creates a unique and super secret email address for every account, which you can use to beam in your letters. So if you'd prefer to create and send your newsletters from your personal email client, you can do so by sending the message to your private address. I see. Are you're interacting with this, or you're trying to recreate this? Because you so you talked about this form. So you have this form, and then when the person clicks send, do you want it to send to that private address? So basically, you're creating a way to do a timed send to Tiny Newsletter. Okay, that should be fine, because basically you're just sending it. You're just specifying the to address to be the one that they specify here, which should be simple enough. And then in terms of response, you basically want a confirmation that the email was sent. So like you choose the time, you type your email, you click send, and then that stores it somewhere. And then later on, when it's time to send it, it sends it to the private address. But you also want it to send you a message that says, hey, this email was sent. Is that it? I'm not sure what you mean by respond to that email. I see. So it sends a response to you that you need to actually publish. Okay. Well, the from is, I think, as long as the from address is the one you want the response to, then you don't have to do anything special there. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Because if anybody figured out that private email, they could just send your newsletter. But they send you the response, which you then need to reply to. Yeah. So basically, really what you're trying to do is build a service on top of this that sends emails at a specific time. Is that accurate? Okay. First of all, some people have already mentioned that like there's a lot of email clients that support like delayed sending. Honestly, I think even Gmail supports that. Um, you can literally specify a time. Um, schedule emails to send. Yeah, so you can actually do this from Gmail. You can also do it within the Outlook client. I guess are you and I see you want to auto respond so that you don't have to review it. Basically, you're not going to be available, potentially won't be available at that time. So you know that if you receive a message from them, you just auto respond in order to send it. Here's the issue with that. If someone finds that private email, now you have a you have a security vulnerability, because if somebody finds that private email and you already have this system implemented, it potentially will just auto send anything that comes in. But yeah, I think that's the piece that you're looking for, is you want to auto reply to it. Okay, so yeah, you could do it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna make a YouTube video out of it, but I'll show you some packages to look into. And so I do Node.js backend type things. So that's why I'm gonna suggest these. If you're doing it in another programming language, you'll need to look into that as well. But specifically, Node Mailer is a package that will let you send emails from Node.js. Now, that lets you send emails, but in order to send emails, you need to do that through an SMTP server. SMTP is I don't know, it's a simple mail transfer protocol. So any mail client actually uses SMTP. Uses SMTP to send messages. It's talking to an SMTP server. I haven't used that one before. What is that one? Mail in? Node mail in? So this one lets you look at inbound emails. Um, uh, I would look for like IMAP or something like that. Um, so like a way to check an IMAP inbox. So IMAP is another mail protocol that we use for checking email. Node Mailer can also read mails. You can receive and send emails. Oh, how do you receive? I've never received messages with Node Mailer. How does that work? Yeah. Honestly, though, I feel like if I made a video on how to use Node Mailer, at least 10% of the audience would be like people trying to spam people with with emails. And I don't want to help with that. Using the send mail transport. Wait, never mind. All right, how do we check mail with Node Mailer though? The mail provider will take care of them. Yeah, but there's actually a way to do it with Gmail. And so if you're doing it on a small enough scale, then Gmail isn't going to complain. Because you can actually generate an app password for Gmail and then use that app password as your SMTP credentials. What is email engine? Yeah. The thing is, like, about this specific problem that Nathan has, I would think you probably want to use Gmail because it's probably the person that they're making this for probably already uses Gmail. So if you do that, then you can actually combine that with like IMAP to read their inbox, and whenever you know that you send the email, you start reading the inbox, waiting for the reply from the service, and then when you see that email, you respond to it. Yeah, so that's the issue, is like reading incoming mail. But you let me know, Nathan, is the person that you're making this for, do they have a Gmail account? The other thing though is like you basically, I guess you could technically set up TinyLetter to use any private email. So you might actually just create an and then create a specific Gmail account for this purpose only. Because the issue is once they create that app password, anyone that has the app password can get access to their email, and I don't think they want to give you direct access to their email. Yeah. So, but for this specific flow, because of the way TinyLetter works, you could actually um, we'll create a new draft in your account and send a confirmation email. Yeah, wherever the confirmation email goes would be how you set that up. How to send canned replies automatically in Gmail. Thank you, Trash Dev. Thank you for the raid. I laughed because I was going to end soon, but now I got to stick around and entertain all the trash. Welcome in, Trash Devs. Glad to see you. Thank you for the raid. What were you working on? Netflix engineer talking about tech stuffs. Nice. Appreciate the raid. Definitely go drop a follow over there if you haven't yet. Empty the recycle bin. Yeah. Welcome in. I'm CJ. This is the Coding Garden. We've been just recording various things for YouTube videos today. We talked about deploying an Express app to Vercel. We talked about new array methods in ES2023. And right now, we're answering a question from a Coding Garden viewer about a specific email flow that they'd want to do. So yeah. But what were you all? What can I do to entertain you all? What can I do to gain your follow? I guess we could do a speed run. Let's speed run something. I'm not related to Salvador Dali. No. Wait, what is change set? I don't even know what change set is. A way to manage your versioning and change logs with a focus on mono repos. Uh, coding challenge with Twitch chat? In what way? In what way? Create a trash bin game. Well, we could create a drop. Honestly, that would be hilarious if you drop emojis and you try to land it in the trash can. That'd be fun. Coding challenge with Twitch chat? That would take a lot of work. Yeah, we're just gonna do a Code Wars speed run to keep people entertained. So I'm CJ. This is the Coding Garden. I'm having a real hard time marketing myself and really like telling people like what I do. I've been doing it for a long time, but specifically, I think I want to brand myself as a live coder because I've been a live coder for the longest time. I like to write code live, unedited, and so that's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna solve some coding problems, unprompted. We'll do 7Q. The thing is, like a 6Q, I could probably only do like one, but we'll do 7 Qs. We'll see how many 7 Qs can I do in 7 minutes. 3Q would take me hours. 7 minutes and 77 seconds. How about that? We'll do that. 7 minutes and 77 seconds. Five at least. We'll see. But if you're not familiar with it, codewars.com lets you practice coding, and you can choose your difficulty and also choose your languages. I'm going to use JavaScript for everything. But in terms of difficulty, 8 is the easiest and 1 is the hardest. 6 is kind of like medium. I would expect if you're like a competent JavaScript developer, you could probably finish 5 and 6Q fairly easily. Then the rest of them just get super hard. Like there was a 1Q that took me days to complete. So thank you for the sub, Nathan. Much appreciated. I'll come back to your question after we do this really quick. But yeah, we'll do a prediction. How many 7Qs can I complete? In 7 minutes, 77 seconds, which is 8 minutes, 15 seconds. Let's say less than 7 or more. I'm just using JavaScript. Does this sound like a good prediction? Here we go. Predict now. No? 5 or more? Well, if you think it's 5, then you would vote for less than 7. That's it. Have I played with audio coding? I've done some less than 7. I've done like the web. I've done a little bit of the web audio API. But while we're here, this is what I would look into, Nathan. So like IMAP, maybe this isn't the library, but you could probably find some library. Like you can also just search the web for like Node.js IMAP. IMAP is what's going to let you read messages from an inbox. You should also look into Gmail app passwords, because this is going to let you create like a one-time password that can be used to connect to your Gmail account. So instead of using like your actual Google password, you can generate an app password, and then you would use that password in combination with NodeMailer or IMAP, because NodeMailer has an SMTP transport. And if you choose SMTP and you specify the right SMTP server and you specify your Gmail account name and then you specify your app password that you generated, you can now send emails as that Gmail account with code. And then if you use something like IMAP, you can read messages from that Gmail account similarly. And then, yeah, I mean, from there, you would basically use the IMAP thing to read the inbox and then decide if that was the message that you want to accept, because you need some logic in there to make sure you don't accept every single email. But hopefully that helps, Nathan. That's basically what I would do. All right, has everyone predicted? Are we ready to go? Let's do it. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I am going to solve as many 7Q code katas as possible in 7 minutes and 77 seconds. So 7Q is like fairly easy, but we're gonna try to do as many as possible. And if you're not familiar with it, codewars.com has a place where you can practice solving coding problems. So here we go right now. Okay, so the first one is easy line. Let's see what it says. In the drawing below, we have a part of the Pascal's triangle. Horizontal lines are numbered from 0. We want to calculate the sum of the squares of the binomial coefficients on a given horizontal line with a function called these. What? The function will take in as a parameter and will return the sum of the squares of the binomial coefficients on a line. It's going to take me a minute just to read this problem. What? Okay, we're going to start over. No, this is it's honestly, the solution is probably easy enough, but it's just so convoluted. The answer is 2. The heck? No, there's no way. There's no way. No way. That wasn't that. Listen, it may not have been that crazy for you. I don't do math on a daily basis. And Libamaj, thank you very much for the prime. Oh no, you know what I totally forgot to do? I totally forgot to change all of the sorting. This needs to be sorted by most completed and then katas that I have not trained on. Here we go. There's a check mark on it, which means I thought I've done it. Katas I have not trained on. Stop shuffling. Well, the thing is, see, this says train again. I'm just trying to fix this. I don't think there is a verified option here. I guess we'll just manually skip that one. Implement these functions in your given language. Make sure it doesn't edit the array. Head, tail. Wish I had a mustache. Well, okay, we're gonna try again. At this point, I'm cheating, but that's okay. This is all for YouTube. They don't have to know that I cheated. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm gonna solve as many 7Q code katas as possible in 7 minutes and 77 seconds. Here we go. The first one is head, tail, init, and last. So this says, Haskell has some useful functions for dealing with lists. Your job is to implement these functions in your given language. Make sure it doesn't edit the array. That would cause problems. Here's a cheat sheet. I mean, basically, it's just like head, tail. Let's see. Let's go. All right. implement the functions. So it literally wants these functions to exist. So head is a function that takes in an array. Let's call it list. And we just need to return list at 0. So the first thing in the list. Is that what it's expecting? Yeah, that should be it. All right. And then tail, it wants everything in the list except for the first one. So there's a built-in function in arrays in JavaScript called slice, and that creates a copy starting at the given index. So that would do that. And then init wants everything except the last value. So again, slice would work from 0 to the list length -1. Length -1 -2 would be init. And then last just returns the last one in the array. So there is this new function. I don't know if we have access to it. At -1. I don't think we have access to it. Well, we're in node 18. Let's try it. Okay. Expected 9 to deeply equal 1, 5, and 7. Init failed. Expected 46. I want slice. Slice starts. What? Oh, I called it init again. Well, we should call that last. Let's try again. All right. I guess we only want length -1, not length -2. Nice. Okay. I got really perplexed there. That took us a little over a minute to complete. We got to pick up speed here. All right, this next one, digits explosion. Given a string made of digits 0 through 9, return a string where each digit is repeated a number of times equal to its value. Okay, I can do that. Here we go. So it's a string. Is it a string? Yeah, we take in a string and then split. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We want to say take that, split it on the empty string. And then I guess we'll do it with a reduce. So we have the result, and then we have each individual char or character. And we'll start off on the empty string, and then we'll return result plus the current character as a number. So if you do, I think there's a built-in repeat on strings, and if we turn it into a number like that, easy, done. Yes, okay, let's keep moving. Next one is love versus friendship. If A equals 1 and B equals 2 and C equals 3, then love is 54. Okay, so we need to sum up all the characters, but A is 1 and then Z is 26. So real quick, if we use char code at, that gives us that. So if I do any letter -96, well, 2 lowercase -96 is going to give us a value 1 through 26, like this. Okay, so that's what I need to use, and so we can split it, map it. So take the string. I don't like that they called it string, but that's okay. Split it. And then we're going to reduce it to get the total sum, and we get each character. And now we're going to start with the sum of 0, and we want to return the sum plus that character 2 lowercase -90. This whole thing should be in parentheses because we're trying to find the value of it. That's it. Here we go. Nice. Okay. Next one. My language skills. You're given a dictionary hash object containing some languages and your test results in the given languages. Return the list of languages where your test score is at least 60. Here we go. So we have an object with a bunch of stuffs in it like this. We want to return any of them which are greater than 60, and we return a list of them. So let's actually do object dot entries on here on the results. So that should give us an array of arrays, and we can filter that where each language and score. So we'll have language, comma, score, and we want where each score is at least 60. So greater than or equal to 60. And so this filter is going to give us the entries, but we actually only want the languages themselves. So we're going to map that to give us the lang like this. And that should do it. Okay, expected Hindi, Greek, and Dutch to deeply equal Dutch, Greek, and Hindi. No! They have to be in what order do they have to be in? The scores will always be unique. Oh, in descending order of the scores. Okay. Return the list of languages where your test score is at least 60 in descending order of the scores. Okay, so we actually need to sort it before we map it. So we're going to sort. We have A and then B, and we'll do A minus B like this. We might have to do B minus A. Yeah, so we'll have to do B minus A. All right, we have 1 minute and 48. I think this is going to do it. Yes, we got it. Awesome. 1 minute and 48 to do a few more. So build a square is the next one. I'll give you an integer. Give me back a shape with it as long as and as wide as the integer. So 3. We get 3. We need to create a shape with that. Okay, so we need a... We're returning a list separated by new lines. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll take the number, turn it into an array. So this is going to give us an array of that length. And so for each one, we need to repeat the value. So for each one, we'll say we take the plus sign and then repeat it integer times. That's going to give us an array with a bunch of stuff in it, and then we join it all together on the new line like that. With the other way, like that. Right? Yes, okay. We have 38 seconds. We can do one more. Alphabet war. There's a war. There's too many words. Z, right side wins. Write a function that accepts fight. There's too many instructions. I can't figure this out. Write a function that accepts fight string consists of only small letters and returns who wins the fight. Yeah, no, I got caught up on this. I can't even think straight as to what this is asking me to do. That's it. That's all. So we did 5. We did 5 in 7 minutes 77 seconds. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for watching this. If you found other possible solutions to the ones that I solved here, feel free to throw it in the comments. I'll also add the caveat that yes, I know these are 7 Qs and these are fairly easy. That's why I was able to do so many in this time frame. If these did not seem easy to you, that's also okay. You can go to codewars.com to practice, and you probably want to start at like 8Q to make sure you can get those down before you start on the 7Qs. All right, thank you for watching this. Definitely check out coding.garden to find all my links and learn about all my stuffs. I'm live right now on Twitch. If you visit twitch.tv/codinggarden, you can watch live as well. And a quick plug for my React Roots course. So this is a course I recently launched that teaches the basics of building modern single-page web applications with React and TypeScript. And if you check out reactroots.com, you can learn more. All right, see you in the next one. All right, that's it. That's all. Thank you for watching, everybody. I tried my best. I still don't even know what this one is asking for. Write a function that accepts fight string. When the left side wins, return... Okay, let's start at the top. There are 2 groups of hostile letters. Count the letters, multiply by their power, add up the team. That's easy. I just don't know. I didn't know I was asking for that. There are 2 groups of hostile letters. The tension between left side letters and right side letters was too high and the war began. I see. So these are the possible left side. These are the possible right side. W, P, B, and S are left. M, Q, D, and Z are right. So we basically are given a string that has both left and right. Let's solve this one really quick because I get it now. I get what it's asking for. So we basically need to know who the left is and who the right is. I probably would create like a little map like this. So you could say something like the left is an object which has all of this on there, but it's formatted like an actual object like this. So basically we can look up, given a letter, what is its score. And then we can also have the right, which will be a similar thing, like this. You could use a map too. I need commas. You're totally right. This just have to be valid JavaScript. Cool. And now that we have the string, we just need to, as we iterate, we need to sum up the left and sum up the right. At the end of it all, we decide right side wins or left side wins. Or let's fight again if it's a tie. Okay, so these are our three possible outcomes, and we'll have to split the string to iterate. So I can say something like the, honestly, we could use a reduce for this. So we could use a reduce to give us the left score and the right score. And we'll reduce fight. So that's going to give us the two different scores, A and B, and then the current one, C. And we start this whole thing off with an array that has 0 and 0. And you're right, we need to split it into an array. I guess at this point. Oof, everything's broken when I do this. So yeah, split that into an array. And then for each one, we're always going to return A and B, because those are our scores. We'll say if left has that specific character, then we're going to say, actually, we can just write it all in line. We'll say the left score gets incremented by left at the character or 0. So if it doesn't exist, add nothing. And then B gets the right one. But if it doesn't exist, add nothing. So that should do it. That gives us our left and right score. If the left score is equal to the right score, then we return let's fight again. If the left score is greater than the right score, then we say left side wins. Otherwise, we say right side wins. That's it. Nice. Sum the values, plus for left, minus for right, and depending on the sign. Oh, that's definitely another way to solve it. So basically, add them. So basically, I like that. So if you made all of these negative, now you could just do a standard sum, and if the sum is positive, then you know that the left side wins. Yeah, first try. Come on, look at me. I'm a live coder. I know what I'm doing. Cool. All right. All right, that's it. That's all. I got to get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. This was a fun one. I'll be live again on Friday at 11:30. We're going to be working on a SvelteKit app. But now we have a standard schedule. So every week I'm live Monday at 11:30 a.m. and Friday at 11:30 a.m. GMT minus 6. If you look at the calendar, yeah, I'll run the prediction too. I did not get more than 7. Less than 7. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've had a schedule, but now it's consistent. If you show up on Monday at 11:30 GMT minus 6 or Friday 11:30 GMT minus 6, I will be here. I will be here at that time. It's on the calendar too. If you go over here, you'll see it. You should be able to see it in your time zone. Oh, and then also I forgot, next week I'll have a guest on next Wednesday. Matteo Colina is going to be a guest for a Q&A and an interview. They're actually the core maintainer of Fastify, and they've done a bunch of other stuff too, but they'll be here next Wednesday, so definitely tune in for that. Yeah. You are late, Opti. But hello, everyone at Opti, and say late. I'm getting out of here, Opti. But yeah, I'll see you all on Friday, and then Monday, and then Wednesday, and then Friday. But thank you for hanging out, and thanks again to Trash for that raid. Thank you everybody from the Trash raid that stuck around, and thanks for all the supports today as well. Alrighty, everyone, have a good one. Let's go on a raid. What's up, American? Did I forget something? And hey, Nico, welcome in. Thanks, Opti. Yeah, we have a raid emote that I don't quite use as often. I might do some IRL streaming. So yeah, if you follow my personal channel, when I go live for IRL, you can find me over there. I don't have any direct plans, but I'll probably be live at some point during the week at my personal channel. But also follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitter. We did a tweet together today, so definitely please go engage with my tweet. If you haven't, comment, like, retweet, all that good stuff. And also check out my course. All right, let's go. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Streamlabs.com is down, so I have no way to run the credits. so we're just gonna go on a raid. Literally, I don't know, can you all try it? Literally, Streamlabs.com does not work. Is it broken for you all too? Broken? Well, all right, everyone. Enjoy this raid.